love the music. All right, getting pumped here. Expedition 33 has the best fucking album. I can never get over the music of this fucking game. It's so fucking beautiful. Next month, actually, have my house rented, so I'm getting my house back. So by the end of next month, we'll have bigger space. Thank God. I will be getting my house back, so I can be able to stream and be able to do more things than, because I'm in a very constrained location. So I got a brand new roof put on the house. The tenant, the people that were renting my house, did not freaking tell me there was some issue with the roof, and that finding out, I went to do an inspection, and then I said, you know something, I need you guys out of here. I need my house back. I want my house back. Fuck this. So I'm getting my house back, getting the tenants out, and sometime in October I should be having a different type of stream, maybe a heavier stream, a bigger stream. Also planning doing other any other forms of job revenue. So I'm kind of experimenting with different things here, because I want stream to be my main job, but it's not paying the bills right now. So I'm doing it because I love streaming, and hopefully it becomes the thing they start paying the bills, and this is the only thing I'll be doing 24/7, because I want to do this 24/7. I want to be able to go to sleep and have the stream running, and you guys could be messing with me or whatever. Anyway, and my house is a lot bigger, so I got like 4 bedrooms. So I got a master bedroom, 3 other bedrooms. I got a second master bedroom, so I can set up my second master bedroom as the major for the stream. But I'm thinking of setting up my basement into my stream. I'm gonna probably rip the wall and create a shower down there, so this way I can also shower in the basement and make my basement, because the basement is huge. It just had a toilet and what you call it, hand wash, whatever. I forgot the name. The sink. There we go. Ugh. It's too early for me. Anyhow, all right, let's go ahead and start some of the news. As you can see, I'm gonna start a trailer. Let's see. This is gonna be for Borderland. I go ahead and stop the music here. Go for Borderland 4. So I cannot wait to play Borderland 4. I'm not keen with the price they have. I mean, well, the base price is okay, but they are adding so many other bullshit, that's cosmetic bullshit, that does not justify for me the price of going to almost $100. And even if you add DLCs, I think they haven't added like 2 more DLCs and 2 more characters. Like, going to 130 is still not justifiable to me. I would say maybe $100 at the most. Everything they're adding to the 130 price range, the super deluxe edition or whatever they want to call it, no, it's 130 is not justifiable. I'm sorry, it's not. I'm gonna find other ways to kind of get the game for a lot cheaper. Probably end up calling a couple of my friends who work in the industry and probably see if he can get me a copy of the game for free. Um, I don't get that privilege to do all that, but some games company I can get a free copy here there, because, and again, I just pull some stream here there. For some people, I am very small, but I do have connection in the industry. A lot of people doesn't know this. Only the people in the industry knows who the hell I am. And let's go ahead and start this. All
My
right.
favorite character in Borderlands 4 is Harlow. Just the moment I saw her concept, I knew I was going to love this character and love building her. She's kind of super friendly and happy to be there and do science for you.
Just
She
cool.
uses science to just blow all of the enemies out of the water.
She's a scientist. Okay.
Harlow's Cosmic Brilliance tree is all about affecting the battlefield with her Flux Generator.
Drinking water,
This
but
action skill throws her Flux Generator into
got
the
my little
environment,
coffee
and
here
any
to get me
enemies
ready for
inside
the
of
day.
it become automatically entangled, sharing all damage
this
they
coffee's
take,
nice and
dealing
creamy.
constant cryo damage to everything inside of it. Additionally, Harlow and her allies
I wish I could
get
have a camera
overshield
so
while
you
they're
can kinda
inside of
see
it.
how good this
So it's
coffee
something
looks.
players can use offensively or defensively.
So what makes Harlow's Flux Generator feel particularly awesome is that sense of battlefield control, in that you get to just throw something down, dish out extra battlefield damage, but also
I don't know if because I'm so used to Borderland, from Borderland 1 to Borderland 3, the skill tree. I'm not sure if I'm too keen with this, but this is a different looks. It may grow on me. Skill trees, yeah, I knew that was gonna be the skill tree. Okay, so you still have the first. They're gonna probably add a fourth one later on, after after like a year and some change.
the generator itself gives you an ability to provide some ally support, both for yourself and your buddies that you're playing with. And this is my personal favorite. You can have it so that enemies that are within the vicinity of it completely lose.
What I want Borderland to finally actually do when they do the skill trees, allow you to max out the entire skill tree, not just one, but all of them. Like, give me the next XP to max out the shit out of the damn character. Or even as far, instead of you getting experience points, XP to get the points to max out your tree, do something else, like some kind of currency. Like, you go to this guy and you give him, like, I don't know, like 4 iridium or whatever. And he give you a point so you can add it to one of your other skills. So every other iridium how many iridium you need, it goes up. You can get more, and the most he can give you maybe like 100 points, maybe, but the rest you get it through by just playing the game.
Lose all of their elemental
I think that would be fucking cool. Like, you can get up to 100 additional points by using iridium. Like that bender with the one that always curse you. You knock the door, you give him an iridium, and he give you like a random gun. Imagine him. You have a thing. You give you like points when you give him iridiums. You give it like a skill point.
resistances. So being able to just be like, I don't want to deal with it. And then also getting a buff to your own status effect application. Really nice to kind of try and melt them down.
Harlow's Chroma Accelerator is her giant nuke action skill. This is
Okay.
her boss killer. This is the
Ooh.
one where she fires a slow-moving projectile that moves through the environment, and then she can detonate it to make a giant radiation explosion. Harlow's creative burst skill tree is all about using her Chroma Accelerator to deal insane amounts of action skill damage. She has one skill, Cue Ball, that turns her Chroma Accelerator into this bouncing ball that just bounces damage.
This skill tree look kind of interesting. This does look kind of freaking interesting. Just the way the layup from it is kind of interesting. I like it.
She has one skill, Cue Ball, that
And I do apologize if you do hear Puppy in the background. That's my Frenchie. She like attention, so there are people in the living room, so she want their attention. So that's what's going on. Unless I go there, she will stay quiet.
turns her Chroma Accelerator into this bouncing ball that just bounces all over the environment, entangling enemies everywhere it touches and just dealing massive damage everywhere, along with freezing enemies in its path.
There's lots of little things in there that will
Oh, almost forgot to say, and I did say it on the chat. Thank you for the follow. Awesome sauce. This will be Big Fish 15. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate it. A billion. Thank you for the follow. And I hope you stick around for more. I'm gonna be streaming more actually this week. Metal Gear is coming out. So I'm gonna be streaming Metal Gear Snake Eater when it comes out this week. Actually, I did a pre-order, so hopefully I'll be able to start streaming that tomorrow.
augment them and change the way that they behave in some capacity. So like you'll have one that makes it so that as it passes through enemies, it'll actually drag them along behind it, which is kind of neat. You can
I like the character
have it where
design.
you can extend its duration
Character
through
design looking pretty
causing
good.
radiation damage. It'll also allow you to
I like
buff
how
your gun, can
The
get
thickness.
faster refunds so that you can use it more often as
Not because
well.
of the tie, it's like the clothing design is so fucking awesome looking. Size the day.
Harlow's Seize the Day skill tree is all about using 0 Point to control the battlefield. It can do everything from making massive singularities to draw all the enemies together, to slamming enemies down and creating giant cryo explosions to freeze enemies, or it can even slow down enemies as you critical hit them. Harlow's action skill 0 Point is where she can bubble an enemy up into the air. She can slam them into exploding barrels to cause big explosions, or she can throw them into other enemies and just cause general chaos.
For Harlow Seize the Day, this really focuses in on her
Yeah, I wanna
stasis. Augments that you can
kinda
find in
character
here
I'm
will
gonna
allow
use.
you to do things like
I usually go for the
ricochet shots
Siren,
off to other enemies that aren't in stasis.
but
you can store damage,
Borderlands 3, I started
and
with the
whenever
Siren,
it's
and I
ready,
end up
it'll
with
pop off a cryo explosion, things like that. You can
with,
also have it use healing bursts, which is
with a girl,
great both
with the
for
little
your
girl
own
with
survivability or
we
when
got
you're
the
playing
tiny
with
little
friends,
mech.
keeping them up.
What
One
got her
thing that
name?
I particularly think is really cool about it is when you kill an enemy, it will continue to bounce around to other enemies in the area. This does make it so that the duration on each of those bounces is a little bit shorter, but it's still really cool to see it bounce around and like capture enemies and keep that effect going.
I feel like every time we make a player character, there's always something we have to leave behind that sticks with me and I want to bring into future games. In Borderlands 3, I had to design an Amara skill to where she runs up, puts an enemy in phase grasp, and then kicks them into other enemies. We couldn't really do that in Borderlands 3, but with Borderlands 4, we get to do that with Harlow, where she can pick up enemies and start flinging them into other enemies. I love that she has this giant disco ball of doom that she can send out into a battlefield and just nuke everything. I love that she has the flux generator that she can throw on the ground and either help her allies or debuff all the enemies. And I love her skill where she can bubble enemies into the air and then start slamming them into other enemies. That's something I've always wanted to make a character do in the Borderlands universe, and I
Okay.
finally get to.
Man, I cannot wait. I love Borderlands. I love Borderlands. A friend of mine got me into Borderlands 1, and since then I just been just playing it. And I have another friend of mine. He hates Borderlands. I mean, he technically doesn't hate Borderlands. He's not too much into it, but he play it because I'm playing it. So when I start playing this game, he gonna jump in and play it. He will not be able to play by himself. He cannot play by himself. He has to play with someone else. And every time I'm playing the game, he like, "Yo, I'm jumping in." All right, fine. I don't need anyone. I'm fine because I'm just overpowered. All right, that was a good way to start. Borderland 4. I think it's next week, right? Let me double check. See here. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da. All right, so take a look here. See, I Metal Gear here already, but it says coming on the 28th. But if you pre-order or early, you're supposed to have access to it like 2 days earlier, anyway. So I'm just hoping by midnight this goes away, so I can be able to freaking download it. Because they don't give me access to download it, but I own it. It's on my library. If anyone want to follow me on Steam, that's okay. This is the same screen name on my channel is the same screen name I have on every other platform. That's including every gaming platform you can think of. You will find me under that. Every social media, you will find me under this. So I am everywhere. So just in case anyone is curious, I usually upload my videos. I usually clip them here or there, like everybody does, and I shall upload it to all my social media. So if you want to follow me there in comments there, you're more than welcome to do that. But let's go here. Put in my wish list, but I'm not sure if I ever gonna play this game. This game's oh, man, I just what can I say? This game is gay. It's majorly gay. It's like I'm sorry, it's what it is. Not here for that. When is coming out? Oh, September 12th. Oh, I got plenty of time. Okay, perfect. September 12th. All right, cool. So September 12th. You see this 130 price does not sit well with me. Super deluxe, get the fuck out of here. This right here is not enough. Let's see here. Ball Hunter pack and ornamental pack. Okay, there you go. So Ball Hunter pack will give you 2 additional players. It's gonna be whatever. 2 new story pack featuring new story and side missions. Yeah, 2 new map region, yada yada yada, new gear, new Ball Hunter cosmetic, and new echo for whatever. Still, this is not enough to increase it to like freaking. But anyway, and then this is the other one. Just skin, skin, and skin. This right here is nothing but skins. Not enough to bring it to this. You see, it's just $70. This one right here should not be a $90. It should be not be $100. This should be at least $79.99. Just $10 more. $10 more. Make it $10 more and just be $80. You can now you're selling the game. You didn't want to put the base game at $80. I mean, oh, if you're a real fan, you will find a way how to get the fuck out of here. No. This price, it should be $59.99 to begin with, not $69.99. So get the fuck out of here. This one should be at least $79.99, and this should be $99.99. So this price should be for this one. And even then at this price is still I feel like it's too much. So I would have done maybe okay, $69.99, then what? $79.99 and $89.99. $10 cheaper. It's like right here they're milking you for nothing. But I will be more happy with a $9.99 for the $100 for the super deluxe. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm either gonna try to get the whole thing free of charge from calling around a couple of friends in the industry to see if they can hook me up. Or I'm gonna find major discount so I can be able to and I have my ways to get the major discount. I'm just trying to see what avenue can I take. Do the super discount version or get it free. Anyway, that's not here or there. So we got onto the 12. So that's gonna give me enough time to play Metal Gear. Cannot wait to play Metal Gear. Yeah, hopefully I can start playing tomorrow. All right, so that is out of the way here. So let's check out what's been going on. This actually happened, yesterday. This updated yesterday, 22 hours ago. Okay.
You are potentially seeing a ton of complaints towards certain ports that are headed to the Nintendo Switch 2, and or there's some more gameplay footage that has surfaced that's actually kind of praising these games, or at the very bare minimum making it sound like maybe it's not as bad as some of these journalists are making it out to be. And we actually have a few different updates today around all of this port situation that is kind of made the conversation take a little bit of a turn, because I do think we are now at a point following some of these updates that we may just have to wait and see what these games actually launch like before being too quick to make any kind of snap.
Yeah, I was hearing that the Elder Ring, the new Elder Ring for the Switch is running really poorly. I mean, it looks supposedly good, but it's running like shit. Not even hitting 30 frames per second. Supposedly at the minimum it's running up to 20. My thing is, if any game you release on the Switch is not able, I understand that the Switch One, a lot of games were running around 20 frames per second. Some very, very specific games were running at 30 frames per second. But now we have games they are able, for example, like Cyberpunk, there are some instance the Cyberpunk on the Switch will just drop. It's like a quick drop. You will notice like a quick drop out of nowhere, but it will go back to 30 frame per second. So they were able to manage the 30 frame. So if they are able to manage 30 frame, why can From Software not able to do the same thing with this game? And Cyberpunk is huge. I don't care what anyone says. Cyberpunk is pretty big. I don't think it's as big as Elder Ring, but it's pretty big and they're able to manage it. My thing is, if you're able to hit 30 frame, at least minimum, that is should be the lowest of the lowest. Should not be able to go down there. And if it drop, it's for like a quick second and just drop it because it happens on PC consoles. You will get like a quick drop. and you can kind of like, oh, you sometimes you may miss it, or sometimes you will see it, but it's so quick that you don't give a fuck too much. You don't care. Um, and every game has a small little delay here or there, and that's okay. That is completely fine. But if just playing this game at 20 frames per second, I know it's a 10 frame difference, but I'm sorry, you can tell it's shit. It's shit. Even though 30 frames is still shit, but it's better than 20. And that's why we have those differential. From 30, we're expecting 60. You know what I'm saying? So no. Let's see.
Judgment about them, in addition to the game key card situation, which is actually, I would argue, the biggest problem for third-party ports headed to Nintendo Switch, to not being solved or anything like that, but we are seeing a game that people would probably want to pick up as a fully on physical cartridge option, getting just that treatment, and here's hoping more studios do it past this one. But we'll get on the same page with all this new
All games should be on the card. No game key card, no freaking paper with a code, nothing. I'll be honest. If a game is way bigger than the 64 gigs that the Nintendo do provide, and then able to squeeze it down to that level, then I do understand the key card. Just put it on the key card, or pull the majority of the game on on the on the card, and then you download the difference, whatever is remaining, you download the difference. So let's say it was an additional 40 gigs, then the additional 40 gigs, you end up downloading additional 40 gigs to your thing, and you just put it either on the internal or the external drive. And Nintendo, please, for the love of God, make one the top USB-C be able to read on USB-C on SSDs, so we can put an additional storage on that. So we don't have to keep buying micro SD. So we can have an option of how to use our freaking memories. We can use a micro SD, or we can use an SSD. Please, for the love of God, allow us to do that, because trust me, that will be the best thing you could ever done. And we gonna love you for it. We definitely will be loving you for it. Anyway, let's keep going here.
info. Before we do, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notification to join Sunbro Nation if you're new here. And I want to first kick this off by giving you a very brief recap of what's happened up to this point in time, because you're probably well aware that Gamescom 2025 is currently going on, and there is a lot of new gameplay footage surfacing for pending Nintendo Switch 2 ports that will be headed to the platform that we haven't seen gameplay of yet. And the first big thing that blew up online was Elden Ring's performance, where Nintendo Life, IGN, and a few other outlets all kind of came together and agreed on the same thing. In handheld mode, it was borderline unplayable, and they were seeing things like 20, 15 FPS, potentially even. Some reports saying maybe as low as 10 FPS at times, like literally an N64 Ocarina of Time type of experience on the OG hardware in certain combat scenarios, or just being out in Limgrave and looking around. And we did actually get some footage of Elden Ring, and it was on, of course, the docked play, and that didn't tend to reflect that kind of low FPS rate. Granted, it wasn't perfect, but that was the docked mode. And obviously, you know, if you have a Switch 2, a big selling point of picking up any of these games for the console is the fact that this is a hybrid form factor console, and being able to play it on the go is a big reason why you might opt to get a certain third-party game for Nintendo's hardware, as opposed to something like a PS5 or Xbox Series X or S if you also own those consoles. Well, we now have some handheld footage from Elden Ring to look at. We also have some Borderlands footage to look at, and another article that is making the rounds, putting some fear.
Yeah, I'm not picking up Borderland on the Switch. I'm not playing. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna fucking say that. I'm definitely gonna get it on PC. That is for fucking sure. But for shit and giggles, I may pick up a physical version, if only the physical version has the entire game on the car. Not a game key card, on the entire game on the car. only if it does, just to see if it plays. And if it plays well and it does show up there, I will keep it anyway. I usually keep it on my game regardless. I never take it back or whatever. But anyway, let's
around Borderlands 4, but then again, in at least in docked play, the footage not necessarily matching the article sentiments here with the performance. So stick with me. We're kind of going to move through this one game at a time, and I want to first show you guys the footage that has appeared online of Elden Ring being played on handheld mode.
That's a very bad recording. And I'm doing this at 1080p. Let me pop it up here to 4K.
At Gamescom 2025, and to be fair, as you see this footage, it has been heavily compressed as basically this was circulating around on Twitter. It's not that high resolution of a video to begin with, and this user uploaded, downloaded, you get the idea. I re-downloaded this video to show it to you guys full screen. I'll have links to everything in the description down below, but this is making the rounds because it doesn't look like the smoothest gameplay by any stretch of the imagination. But if you actually kind of look at what the experience looks like as a whole in handheld mode, there's not these massive red flags like the game just slowing down to where it looks like it's broken or unplayable or anything like that.
I mean, the way it looks good to me so far on this video. I mean, even though the video looked like shit anyway, this video looked like doo-doo gaga caca anyway. So yeah, I would say the game is still good. But I will have to play. I'm not gonna. I don't want to play Elden Ring. I put it this way: the only way I will play Elden Ring on the fucking Switch if I can export or basically do a, cloud save file. The only way I would do it. I'm not the type of people who like to play a game from the beginning after already busting my ass to fucking get all this fucking shit or everything and then do it again. No.
That it's hard to show with this type of more blurry footage
No.
if there is.
And not for nothing. Why they don't make these fucking games to be a two-player? Like, I understand you can kind of invite someone to go and join your game, but it's limited time. Like, yo, let me get my friend to play with me in my world and bring all his bullshit if he wants. If he has all this crazy armor, having to bring all his crazy armor, they do, but play with me the entire fucking way. If he dies, he respawns and keep going. Like we had me and my boy wanted to play, and he didn't want to play this game by himself, so we had to do the co-op thing that you download the patch or whatever. There's someone coded that allow you to play the entire game with your friend. That is what we needed to do.
Really noticeable frame dips, but I do think that it's not the smoothest gameplay, but it's also not bad, and that's kind of one of.
And especially, sorry, and I was just keep thinking about this, especially if a game is very open, you can go any fucking direction you want. And if you're really, really at the beginning, both to use at the beginning, allow you to kind of play together and go whichever direction you want. If he wants to separate from you and go that way and do whatever is going on, but that's only gonna count for him. And you go the other way and you do whatever you want, and that's gonna count for you. But if if you're playing together, then that's gonna do. If you start running that direction wherever he did, and let's say he killed dragon, and the dragon is part of a storyline, I don't know, and he killed it by himself, it should count for him. But if you go back to that direction where he was, and you get there, now it's gonna reactivate that dragon again. And if he's around the area, he can jump in to help you kill the dragon because it's part of a storyline. It doesn't lock you out because he did it. No, it will. Or this may be a little extra. If he kills it, it counts to you anyway. It counts for everyone in the story. That would be completely fine by me. But then again, let's just allow friends to play together in the same fucking map if they want to, and everything they do goes hand in hand.
The big things
I mean, Lord of the Fallen were able to make it happen. Now that if whatever you do in one map and your friend map is goes from both ends.
we have to drive home for this is one, Elden Ring is not out yet, and we do not know the release date of the game. We just know it's coming out in 2025. So this could be patched out before that. Two, FromSoft has never really been that known for their games running right perfect at launch. I mean, they definitely have been fixed up via patches over the course of time.
This game is old as shit now.
And three, there is this question on how long any developers of, that Nintendo kind of approached for the launch window of the Switch 2, how long have they actually had their dev kit hardware, and are they utilizing all of the tools that are included in
Nintendo was not giving no one anything because they already had leaks left and right. That was not giving anyone. Everyone just got their shit up sooner than everybody got their shit like a month ago, maybe.
In those dev kits, such as DLSS, because that's one that's been mysteriously missing in recent releases, first and third party alike, for Switch 2 since it's come out. And we know that's one of the big advantages that NVIDIA actually has going for it with their custom built chipset that is in the Switch 2. Okay, that's the Elden Ring footage. Not as bad as some of the headlines are making it out to be. Not saying that Nintendo Life and IGN and other journalists out there didn't actually see those frame dips, but so far that gameplay section didn't seem to be quite as big of a deal. Then you do have this article, and I really want to dive into this piece because we are getting a lot of opinions of people. Some of them may be fans of the Switch 2 and the ports they are getting. Some of them may not. But you can see this headline making the rounds from My Nintendo News, where it says Borderlands 4 also appears to have performance issues on Nintendo Switch 2. Borderlands 4 was one of the many new video games playable at this week's Gamescom event in Cologne, Germany, and it wasn't the only one which had trouble running on the Nintendo Switch 2. Content creator Epic NNG went hands-on with the game and says that the forthcoming looter shooter struggled with frame rate issues and could barely run at 30 FPS. He also said that input delay was a big issue and that the rendered resolution had to be whacked down for it to run. The exact post in question is, okay, I'll put it bluntly, Borderlands 4 on the Switch 2 could barely run at 30 FPS with 4 enemies on screen in dock mode. It had horrendous input delay and the render resolution was seemingly turned all the way down. I'll talk more about this in a video maybe tomorrow. And so first of all, this is coming from somebody who is a content creator, and I do believe they put out that video. I'll have all this stuff linked in the description down below so you can get the full context from them directly. But I do want to also
I'm going to look into that.
to point out that while that was their experience, and I don't know if they did any kind of direct gameplay capture or off-screen capture, rather like we are seeing some other content creators do that have gone out there. But while we are talking about that headline and it seeming to be very worrisome for Borderlands 4 in docked play, well, then you have this footage once again from MD14.
That looked kind of sweet. I'm sorry, but this looked kind of sweet to me.
Over on YouTube, who was also the first individual to throw up the Elden Ring docked play footage, but he's playing Borderlands 4, and again, it's hard to really get an accurate read on the FPS and if there are frame dips when you're doing this type of off-screen capture stuff. But in general, I would say just from an untrained eye looking at the footage, other than, I've watched my fair share of gameplay videos and you can tell when something's running at 60 or 30. It's harder to do that off screen, but this does not seem to be what I would consider a broken game or one that's barely playable.
You saw that? Like right here.
Seem to be what I would consider a broken game.
It broke right there. It broke right here.
Or one that's barely playable. Be what I would consider a broken game or one that's barely.
Have a small little pause. It drops. It went.
Does not seem to be what I would consider a broken game or one that's barely playable.
It dropped frame right there. You can notice.
Or anything like that. And I don't even necessarily aim or this does when something's running at 60 or 30. It's harder to do that off screen, but this does not seem to be what I would consider a broken game or one that's barely playable or anything like that. And I don't even necessarily see a ton of frame stutter. What I cannot speak to is obviously if there's input delay and things like that. So, a lot of these things we do have to actually see.
I do notice that some of the texture are kind of low here, but it still looks good.
See them come to market and get the hands-on break.
you can expect this to be a PlayStation 5. You know, PlayStation 5 has like 5, 7 times more the horsepower than the freaking Switch. Come on.
Downs and actual detailed reviews and people who have the ability to capture FPS and see if there are dips to really know what we're looking at. I mean, it's clear that Borderlands 4 targets like 30 FPS, and that's probably what it's running at in docked mode. And it may not be a rock solid 30 across the board, and there may definitely be frame dips.
Damn, I like that gun design. When you shoot, you got this little display going on here. This is kind of fucking cool.
But then to say that the game is just not going to run on Switch 2 and it's unplayable and pretty much in a terrible experience and that the resolution's dropping to almost nothing to get it to remain at 30 frames per second, well, I'm not necessarily seeing that from the docked gameplay that we have from MD14, at least, again, from my perspective. But this is yet another game that is being talked about that may get all of the fear-mongering out there talking, and myself included. Listen, when I saw those initial Elden Ring reports of it being 15 FPS or 10 FPS in handheld play, I definitely had some fears like, are we going to see a lot of lazy ports this generation? Because we have already had games like Madden 26 that run far worse on Switch 2. Ooh. We've had great ports like WWE 2K25 where you literally can't tell a difference between it and like the PS5 Pro version visually, at least for the...
This right here looks fucking good. As a port, as a fucking port, this looks fucking good. This, yeah, is pretty fucking cool. Yeah.
The most part, when we looked at that side-by-side gameplay footage, like it looks really, really close and similar.
Ooh, you saw the hair fixes here?
When we looked at that side-by-side.
See the switch here. Look at the hair physics.
Obviously some bad news. It looks visually really close and similar. And then we've had, you know, obviously some bad news from studios like Bandai Namco, where they were talking about bringing over Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, and it literally, the specs itself they put out there is barely an upgrade from the Switch 1. It's running at like 810p instead of 720p. So the jury's really still out as far as how much work and optimization and time these developers can put into these games. It doesn't necessarily fall on the devs always, but obviously, you know, the allotted time that they are given from the publisher to get the game ready to go and ready to ship.
I don't know.
And will they fix games that are broken? Because the biggest thing is you want it playable and up to an acceptable frame rate at launch. And if things can get tweaked and optimized down the line via patches, that's all the better. But we don't want these broken, buggy messes and stuff that, you know, you really just regretted buying it on the Switch 2 if you did have the option to pick it up for multiple consoles. And while the jury is still kind of out on Elden Ring and Borderlands 4 right now, one game that is actually getting more praise online, and again, we have to wait until the finalized product is in our hands, but you can see the next headline from My Nintendo News, which says,
I'm sorry, the more this fucker was showing more Borderlands stuff, I want to fucking play Borderlands.
Final Fantasy VII Remake apparently runs at 40 FPS on Nintendo Switch 2. And you have here Square Enix employees have apparently revealed that the Nintendo Switch 2 version of Final Fantasy VII Remake runs at 40 FPS. Traditionally, games generally run at 30 FPS or 60 FPS. So this supposedly means that the demo for Final Fantasy VII Remake was running in performance mode on the Gamescom show floor. The PlayStation 5 version of Final Fantasy VII Remake has several modes you can choose from, and it seems though that the Nintendo Switch 2 version will be similar. And then you have an exact quote here: "Many apologies for the mistake I made in the video. I genuinely believe the game was running at 60 FPS. Having looked over the gameplay though, it appears to be a locked 30 FPS. However, staff on the Final Fantasy booth have subsequently cleared things up, confirming that the game was actually running at 40 FPS. All in all, the game runs super smooth and feels great."
Right in between. That sounds really fucking good. It's either locked 30 or 60, but it's in 40 at the booth the other day, last week. Because they had a Gamescom, whatever going on last week. I think like the same Germany. So they had it at 40. So it's right at the middle. And that's good. Because it's if it dips down to like 30, 35, it's not that bad. You're gonna notice it, barely gonna notice it, but it's still gonna be running smooth. Only us gamers gonna be fucking able to tell shit
great
like
to
that.
Play on Switch 2. And fortunately, we do have some Final Fantasy VII Remake footage to look at as well. And
this footage is bullshit because if you look at it, This that blur thing from your camera when you record it, because like I said, external recording is versus using a capture card is day and night, because your cell phone is recording the movement, but it's having this little blur thing that you cannot, unless it's a major stutter like happened on the Borderline one. There's like a maybe like a second and a half or maybe two of a frozen there because of the FPS. Um, you're not gonna
I'll
tell.
have the source material to these all linked in the description down below. And
So
Final
far, this
Fantasy
is-
VII, out of everything, from what I've seen so far,
It's
probably
running-
looks the most rock solid and
Yeah.
impressive, with no noticeable dips in frame rate or any.
Oh, nothing. Cyberpunk is sexy. Is looking as sexy as this. Ooh, which put it right there. Sexy as that. Sexy as that. Looking as sexy as that.
problems or anything like that. And you do have to not take it to the bank entirely that 40 FPS statement, because we have seen oftentimes at these type of gaming conventions, the employees that are running the booths, they may give accurate information, or they may have been told something or heard something that was inaccurate, and it's actually not what the finalized build looks like, because we did see some of that happen, of course, with Cyberpunk 2077 and other games in the lead up to their release when they were playable early. So don't take it to the bank that the 40 frames FPS.
Of course, whoever take anything they said to the bank, like you said, it's a dumbass. You just gotta wait for the game, play it, and see everybody play, and you can get your reviews from it and see what's going on. The best way to freaking know what's going on is when you do it yourself.
Is definitely
Play
the
yourself.
performance mode for Switch 2 and Final
And if
Fantasy
you-
7
if-
Remake.
and if you really
but
like
I
Final
do think
Fantasy,
that this is one of those games that
you're gonna
is
be fucking
visually
fine.
taxing. It's definitely more
My thing with games nowadays, I want games to have cross save, cross platform save. So a lot of people will play on PC, will play on the PlayStation, will play on whatever. And let's put it this way: as much as Nintendo like to keep everything in house or really close to their chest, I love when Nintendo has game that you can play on, not Nintendo, but companies who has cross save. They don't have to do cross platform, just cross save, meaning you can play on your PC, but if you want to continue playing the game, like you really want to, you can go to the party, or you can go to the event, or you can go like what I did. Went to a family event. I cannot take my fucking computers with me. But guess what? I had a couple of games on the Switch. They have cross save. I can play it. I can play it on my computer, and it automatically load to the server, and I can definitely play it on the go. I'll be on the airport, boop, 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 and I was playing my game where the fuck I left it, and I was happy. That is what I think the Switch is. But at the same freaking time, we have the Steam Deck. You will not have to fucking ever worry about it. You can still play your PC games, grab your Steam Deck, and get the fuck out. I just want all gaming company to do cross save all across the board. Cross save is some fucking must, especially nowadays that people are having portable consoles, and they can play it on PC also, and other platform like. Oh, we also if I can play this game on PlayStation 5, save it. It goes to Square Enix server or my account in Square Enix, and then I log in on my Switch, play right there, and keep it moving. Beautiful.
in a closed in environment, I would say, especially compared to something like Elden Ring. Like, there are open
Mm. This is the Switch thing. Look at that texture right there. That is looking good.
ish areas, but it's definitely not an open world giant map being rendered in all at once type of game like Elden Ring. So, you know, some of this may fall on what the CPU needs to do to kind of load in all that stuff and it getting taxed. But at the end of the day, I'm not too worried about third-party games being ported to Nintendo Switch 2. There are some conflicting reports that would make you want to worry, but I think we have to ultimately wait for these games to launch, see what they're like at launch, and kind of make the decision from there. And also realize that we likely have to give this platform a year or two on the market for all of the developers who are developing games to have dev kits, learn those dev kits, and have ample time to get any of the bugs and issues out before they ship their games. So
Not only that, they can keep playing with them and keep optimizing it and tweaking until looks effing good that you cannot tell too much. But at the same time, whatever keep bugging the system, they can kind of get rid of those or kind of lower them down. It could be the shadow. Shadow acts to shadow the system.
So, in theory and on paper, because the Nintendo Switch 2 is actually more powerful than a base PS5 and somewhere in the realm of a PS4 Pro
Get the fuck out of here.
/ Series S level performance, at least from the GPU end of things, of even from porting studios like Virtuos stating that anything that would be able to run on the Series S would be easily portable to the Nintendo Switch 2. And obviously the handheld play downclocks things, and that is a different scenario a little bit. But I think that for the most part, we shouldn't have to worry about just these modern day games not running or working right on the Switch 2, but rather it may be a case by case basis on which developers take the additional time and can take the additional time to optimize things, and which ones kind of have to rush to market and maybe don't have full understanding of all the tools to utilize or the time to even do so for Switch 2 dev kits. So good things for the port situation, all things considered, in my opinion. Just don't buy into all of the fear online that you might be seeing around some of the headlines about all these games running like trash. Make the decision for yourself, look at some of the gameplay yourself and see what you think about it. And obviously, as we get closer to these games ultimately launching, we will have a lot more information to go off of. And then we are going to close this out with kind of a good news story, because Yooka-Replayley is getting a full on game card cartridge release.
Nice.
For the Nintendo Switch 2. And you have here over at Go Nintendo, we're still waiting for an official release date for Yooka-Replayley, the upcoming remaster of the.
Yeah, I'm kind of debating. I think I'm gonna just double dip anyway. I want to play the Mortal Kombat collection editions coming out. Ooh, sorry. It has Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3, and some other Mortal Kombat classic game. But I'm kind of thinking, should I get the Switch version of the card? Because it says then all the games everything's gonna be in that card. So I'm kind of like, in that fence, because I don't like playing fighting games on the Switch. I be honest, I just don't. So I may just double dip for shits and giggles. I'm gonna get it on PC and then get it on the Switch just for shits and giggles, just to have it.
Original Yooka-Laylee. In the meantime, we've got some good news for collectors and fans hoping to snag a physical edition of the game. Pre-orders for Yooka-Replayley have recently gone live from the Canadian retailer Video Game Plus, and the pre-order page for the Switch 2 edition of the game has given us a look at the final case and box art. It also includes an important note: full game is signed if you are planning on going the physical route.
That looks good.
For Yooka-Replayley. You can see the box art then on screen for yourself, and we do have none of that crazy white banner at the bottom that says game key card that nobody's really a fan of. And I'm not getting my hopes up too high, but that Nintendo is in the background kind of working with third parties and realizing that maybe third parties games are not performing up to the same standard as they would have otherwise, because a decent chunk of the physical audience is kind of skipping up on these game key card options. Maybe it's on their radar, maybe it's not. We've seen
Cyberpunk is gonna be the one that's gonna tell you should go complete physical. The problem is okay. I know Nintendo does not want to eat certain prices. They want to just have the fucking consumer pay for everything. But I think the Game Geek key card should be the price should be non-existent. If anything, instead of charging the developers $16-15, just do a $5, and you eat at the rest, because you're still gonna get that 30% from digital anyway, and from the physical, you still get your percentage from it. So you get a $5 plus your 30%. I think everybody will be good.
Seen them ask for some surveys and stuff like that. But if you ask me, the biggest problem for third-party games on Switch 2, obviously we want good performance, and that is a thing. If you're a physical collector, at least, though, it pains me to just know that this entire generation, most of the third-party games that come to Switch 2, I'm just not going to be picking up physically. And rather, if it's a game I really have to have, I'm going to do it digitally, because the game key card is just not appealing to me. It's basically a cartridge with no data.
Shoot. Right now, I have a limit Switch games. Switch 2, should I say. Limited Switch 2. There's 3. There's 3. Right now. This is all here. All there. And this one is my golden one. This is my favorite one. Because this fucker runs on the Switch 1 and also runs on the Switch 2. All companies need to just release, if they're gonna release the game on both console, just release one physical, just one physical slash Switch 1 slash Switch 2. Just move it just a little bit on the side. You can put Switch 1, Switch 2, and even it tells you right there it has a Switch 1 copy of the game, plus it has the Switch 2 patch of the game, so this way it can run like it's natively was made for the Switch 2. They all need to do what this fucking. There are at least a couple of games that does this, but they all need to do this. Especially if you're releasing the game for both console. But if you're releasing for the Switch 2, okay, of course that's a different story. But all games should have this, and don't charge $5. Like, this is one stupid thing about pissing me about this game. They charge you an additional $2 to $3 just to upgrade it. Why? Why? Should be no. Just charge me the freaking $60 and call it a day.
Data on it other than the ability to download the game. You can resell a digital game essentially, but the game is not on the cartridge itself for your long-term collection. 20 years in the future, you have to worry about if Nintendo has their servers intact or not if you want to play that game as a.
That's the problem with having physical, and that's one thing that I kind of mentioned before that I really hate that I did. So I have the PSP. I mean, not the PSP. I used to have the PSP, and I traded in for the Vita, but I hate, and that's one thing that and always regretted it. I should have learned, because I still have my Dreamcast. Still on the Dreamcast. Dreamcast is right in the closet right here. Is sometime once in a blue I'll pump it out just to play some other games, and that's one thing that I really regretted for the PSP is selling all my fucking movies and all my motherfucking games for the Vita, because the Vita you had a better memory and you could slap everything in there, and I had a whole bunch of memory cards and I slapped them in there and I had all my movies in there. But I hated I actually did that because I want to compress everything to just a tiny little car. That's what I was looking at it. Plus, I was using my Vita. I also have some music player. So when I get to the car, plug it in, have my music there, pop it out, play my games, watch my movies. The Vita was the shit. I'm sorry, but the Vita was the shit.
As opposed to any other game in my collection up to this point, I can basically pop in at any point in time now or in the future and have no problem. So it is one of these things that hopefully more developers and publishers opt to do this. I do think that Playtonic Games, they kind of know their audience with this one, being from like the Rare development studio partly, and Banjo-Kazooie, knowing that it harkens back to more of that hardcore physical collector crowd that would probably go out and pick up this game in general. And they're probably just eating the cost on this one, because I believe it may be a $50 game if it's not mistaken, and if the rumors are true about it being like a $14 to $16 cost for the 64 gigabyte cartridge, they're taking some of their profit off the top for that. But hopefully the total sales outweigh that decision, and they're actually going to net more revenue because more people go out and buy this game because it's on the cartridge. And that's where I think physical collectors, myself included, kind of have to put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to want to not have game key cards, you really need to show up for the games that actually have on cartridge support.
This is why I have a freaking problem with the Mortal Kombat 1. Double dip or not double dip? And of course, it's get the physical copy for the Switch, and then get my digital copy for PC, because I'm a PC. And PC, I remember back in the days when you get the PC game, the physical was just the disc, and you had the license key. You had to make sure to put in there just to make sure that you own that bull crap. And you put it there. Yeah.
And I personally will be buying this one on cartridge and adding it into my physical
Ooh, nice
collection,
shader.
as I will with most of the games that do actually hit the cartridge. It just seems like a lot of them are not this generation. But let me know in the comments down below what you make of all the different stories we talked about today. Are you personally worried about a number of the different third-party ports that are
Would've
headed to
fucked up
Nintendo
there.
Switch?
Nah,
What do you
I
think
would've
of some of
fucked
this
up
new gameplay footage we've seen? What out of all the games we discussed today are you most excited to play? And will you be picking up Yooka Replay now that we know that it's going to be a full on cartridge game for anybody that's a physical collector?
Yeah. So, yeah, yeah. Anyway, let's go to the next one. Oh, this is gonna be about the and I'm excited for this one. I'm a handheld motherfucker. I'm sorry. I'm into handheld, and this has to do with the ROG Ally X, so the Xbox version of the handheld. They did a thing with ROG Ally. ROG Ally is 2 supposed to come out, but instead of coming out with their own thing, they did something with Xbox, like a collaboration on this generation. But I think they should have gone bigger. Instead of doing a 7-inch, they should have gone like a almost what the Switch had, like the 7.9, or maybe just go straight up 8 inches. That's what I think they should have done. Increase that screen resolution. That's not that's just the resolution, but just increase the screen to an 8-inch at least. Um, but let's take a look here.
So I'm here in Germany and I got to attend Gamescom, which means I finally got to go hands-on with the Xbox ROG Ally X and the Xbox ROG Ally. Now I'm going to be
I'm not too keen about this arms here, but I was not too keen about it when I have for the PlayStation Portable. They also had the little arms too, but it kind of works out anyway.
calling them Ally X and Ally just because it's a lot easier on the tongue. The name is ridiculously long, but the one thing that I took away from this meeting was how good it felt. Like, I think a lot of people, once they get their hands on this thing, is going to be like, oh, this form factor is so much better than what we're used to right now.
Okay.
Having those Xbox controller grips at the ends of the devices
Just what PlayStation did.
makes a big difference.
Because PlayStation did that with the, as I mentioned, with the portable. And I was like, what the fuck? It looked like 2 PlayStation fucking controllers just broken in half and it's attached to fucking screen, and it fucking works. It works, and it feels good.
Just feels so much more comfortable. Like when I picked that
That's what I
thing
was
up,
thinking when I
I
kind of
wasn't
see it.
hugging
I
it.
still,
Like, it was
I
a
s-
little
I
bit out. It
didn't-
felt more natural. But there are a few things you should know because the Ally X and the Ally are very different internally. They may look the same. Like the Ally is only coming in white.
Okay.
The Ally X is only coming in black. There's not going to be any extra colors, at least for now. The Ally does have a little bit less inside. So for example, you don't get impulse triggers on the Ally, which means the triggers on the top are not going to vibrate, only on the Ally X. The 2 Type-C ports are also a little bit different. They're Thunderbolt 4 on the Ally X, but only USB 3.2. That means you can't connect it to an external GPU if you want to increase the performance. You can only do that on the Ally X. The RAM is different, 24 gigabytes.
Okay, I see what they're doing. Okay, I see what they're doing here. So this is your Xbox S, the bullshitter that no one should be buying, and this is the big boy, the Xbox X, the the $300 versus the $600 to $500. Right now it's $600 because it's that's pretty much what it is. This has all the bells and whistles, but this one is just gonna give you enough, but not everything.
Versus 16. The process
It's almost like buying a freaking iPhone nowadays. You either buy the one with the USB-C or you buy the one with the Lightning. Right now, I just tell people just buy the one with the USB-C. Let's call it a fucking day. I know it's a little more, and you want to stay on generation 12 or generation 13 or 14, but just switch over to the 15 or the 16. You'll be much happier.
processors are different. The Ally's using the Ryzen Z2A, which is 4
Oh.
cores, 8
And the AI Z2 Extreme. Okay. So got 24 gigs of memory. They should have. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm happy for that. Even though 16 is good, 24 is better, but 32 is best. 32 should be standard across the fucking line for everyone. 16, yeah, if you want to do like a cheaper version, like I can definitely see this for people who do not want to shit, I don't know, $900 for this thing. They want to do something for like maybe 500, 600. Yeah, I can see this being here. This right here. This will be like the $400 to $500, maybe six, and that's still too much. Because it comes with a 512 that I saw here. Yeah, 512. Maybe $400. It'll be good. It will be right at the peak, at the borderline. If anything, 450, like the Switch, at the most five. I don't want to keep saying that, but four, leave it there. This will be a better run for better thing. This is $900. If they want to be crazy, yeah, I can definitely see it.
threads, and the Z2 Extreme is going to be specific to the Ally X, which is 8 cores, 16 threads. You also get double the GPU cores. Also little tweaks. For example, the micro SD card supports most of the formats on the Ally, but you don't get UHS 1 support, only on the Ally X. One
Okay.
has 1 terabyte of storage, the other one only has 512
This is my thing regarding storage.
gigabytes. Now,
512 should be what everyone should put on their console and sell it to make it cheaper. Don't put a 1 terabyte just no. Let us buy that 1 terabyte. That 512 is basically cost nothing to them to add it. Nothing. It's probably costing like $20 just to add it. Just put the 512 versus adding this and call it a day. And us, we can go out and buy, because to be honest, I buy this, that 1 terabyte, I'm not gonna fucking use it. I'm gonna throw the shit in the garbage. I'm gonna take that fucker. I'm gonna put a 4 terabyte immediately. I'm gonna automatically clone this fucker and put a 4 terabyte in it. If I can go crazy, I actually got an 8 terabyte that I'm not using. I must grab that 8 terabyte and just slap that bitch in there. Call it a fucking day.
storage is upgradable, so that's something you can increase in the near future. But everything you've seen before in terms of form factor and how it feels hasn't changed since the original hands-on a couple of months ago. Like, it's gonna have the Xbox buttons, the exact layout. You're gonna have an extra button, the
love the
Xbox
Xbox
button to
button.
take you home. The triggers are gonna feel the same. The Joy-Cons are gonna feel, Joy-Cons, the joysticks are gonna feel the same. Speakers in the exact same placement as the original Ally that uses full Windows, and the triggers on the back will be there as well. But there are a few new things that they announced.
Okay.
For one, if you connect this to a TV, it's going to be using a new technology, at least with the Ally X, called Auto Super Resolution. So what that means is if you're playing at 1080p on your
That's where the AI comes in. That's where the AI power is gonna come in.
device and you connect it to a 4K TV, the NPU is going to upscale it
Okay, a system level feature that use the power of the NPU to upscale games running at a lower resolution, delivering a high resolution visual and smooth frame rate across a wide range of games, with no additional changes required from game developers. That right there, ours, your ours, as you some Europeans say, that is awesome. That's where the AI kind of come in.
so that it looks better on your TV rather than looking super pixelated. The other new announcement is optimized titles. So you're gonna see a badge beside games that have been optimized for the Ally and
Steam
the
Deck.
Ally X. It's gonna be a green badge. It's gonna say
like
optimized
a Steam
title,
Deck.
and they've been testing over 1,800
What I like about this that people keep talking about, the rumors are, and I think they already confirmed that you can have multiple different platforms. That's a good plus. A plus that you can play your Steam games, your Epic games, your God games, and wherever other platform you can just go ahead and slap it in here. That's a good thing because it's still Windows. It's just a chopped down window.
games.
That's what
So
we've
there's gonna
always
be a lot
been asking
out of the
for.
gate.
We've been asking for
Are
this.
they going to do this for other launchers like Steam and Battle.net?
No.
Absolutely not. This
No.
is very Microsoft specific. You might
Made fucking sense. Who the fuck says that fucking game is gonna run like they do on the Steam? No. Steam is gonna concentrate on Steam Deck. Microsoft concentrate on their own little thing for their store because it's based on platform specific, and Microsoft is only gonna worry about their own platform.
Might also see a yellow badge. This will stand for mostly optimized. So some things might not work properly. Maybe you
Steam
have to
does
tinker the
this.
settings a bit more, or maybe some of the buttons don't work on the controller. You have to use a keyboard instead. So again, your mileage may vary. If you're playing a game in Steam or Battle.net, you don't see those badges, it doesn't mean the game is not optimized. It just means Microsoft hasn't tested it, and they probably won't test it since it's
It's not they have not tested it. The thing is, that's in a different platform. They cannot tell a platform to put those badges there to let them know, yeah, we tested it in our platform and it works fine. You should put the thing that works on your end. No. They'll be able to Steam to probably be able to say, you know something, whenever they update certain games to say they works on whatever, it automatically updates on our end. But Steam's not gonna do that. And again, no one's gonna do that.
not part of their library. But the software felt good, you know, like I played with it for about 30 minutes and, you know, it's using a mishmash of a ripped down version of Windows and a little bit of ASUS on top. So you have Armory Crate. Armory Crate is basically just there for a quick settings menu. So you can change the TDP if you want to increase or decrease the
Okay.
power to save battery life
Turbo.
or get more performance out of it, increase the contrast, not the contrast, the brightness or whatever, like the stuff you're typically used to on other gaming
Yeah.
handhelds. But then Microsoft's layout is very Xbox focused, obviously. It's using a stripped down version of Windows. They got rid of the
Xbox
things
OS.
that you typically don't need to game on. And it said it's supposed to make it a lot more efficient, a lot more easier to use. Like one example they were giving is every time you push the power button so that it goes into sleep mode with regular Windows 11 handheld devices, like you know that thing is going to be dead 2 days later. Well, that's not supposed to happen now with this stripped down version of this Xbox
Okay.
experience. But there is some good news. Like if you connect
See, this is what I want the Switch to be. You see how thick that boy is? I know Switch trying to be friendly, a very small form factor. They went to an 8-inch, 7.9 inch. You know what I'm saying? They went to 7.9 inch. Why not thicken that bitch ass fucking Switch to this? Because I do not mind if my Switch was this thick, was as thick as this. Because this little right here, that is the thick of the Switch. That is how thick the Switch is. And this, I'm talking about the Switch 2. And let me bring my Switch 2 out. Actually, I'm not gonna do it. This is with the case. You can kind of tell. You can kind of see how thin this fucker is. See? You literally can see that this is almost about the same thickness of what the Switch 2 is. So adding all this, the reason why I said that Switch needed to add that is just to give you a bigger battery. I'm sorry to, but that's why. I wanted to fucking add a big ass effing battery in here. So I can fucking play. Because the Switch is really good with battery life as it is. But if they were to add that big fat fucking battery in there and make this boy thick, a big thick boy, trust me, telling you, love my Switch. Yeah. Get away. I've been playing Zelda. You can see I've been playing Zelda and shit. When Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, this right here, that's what I wish Nintendo would have done. This make it a little thicker so you can give you a thick battery, like a really nice thick fucking battery.
this to, let's say, a desktop or a monitor rather, and an external GPU, you can bring back the full version of Windows. Okay, so like you have the best of both worlds. And yes, other launchers will work with the Xbox experience.
Okay.
I saw it for myself. There was a menu. I
Ooh.
saw Steam.
See right there, Steam. Nope, Siri, I'm not talking to you. Hey, go away. I say, you know what, and my iPad and phone went crazy. But yeah, look at them right there. Good. Oh, I'm muted.
Now, when you enter the Xbox experience for this device, you're going to see a couple of things on the main screen. At
Okay.
the top, it's just going to say just playing, which is basically the games that you've been playing recently. Now, this will show any game you've played, even if it's from another.
Does it do auto resume? You know, like you know how you do on the Xbox that you can just turn your console off and then you can browse all the stuff and then go back into the game, and then or you can just turn your console off and sorry, and you can come back to the to whichever game you left out. Like I think it can do auto resume to 5 fucking games. So do resume to up to 5. I won't even mind if it can do at least two. If it can do auto resume to two, like I can play say Gears of War, and then the other one go in the back end and just kind of go to sleep. But it's not taking any resources. It may take maybe like a little bit of 1 gig or whatever, just to kind of keep it on the back end sleeping. And then you play, I don't know, Tomb Raider, for example. Yada yada. You play Tomb Raider or Call of Duty, whichever, and then you come back, say, I put Tomb Raider away. I don't want to close it, but I want to put it away. And then jump to Gears of War again and continue from where you left off. That would be fucking awesome. Because I wish I could do that. See, the Steam Deck allow you to put the games away, and you can always resume where you left off. You can. It does have that auto resume, but it only can do for 1 game that I can remember.
Launcher. But right below it are going to be featured titles and
Okay.
titles from Xbox. So you're not going to see games from other launchers.
course.
And that's expected. Like Microsoft is trying to sell games at the end of the day. They're not going to
Yeah.
advertise for other
yeah,
companies.
platform.
But I did get to test a few games. And the first one that I actually got to play was Doom. Like,
Doom?
this is pretty graphically intensive, but it
That looked
felt good. And it looked good too. And like, yeah, there's
It's
not a lot of
Microsoft.
enemies
It's a
around me
Microsoft
right now just
first-party
because
game.
it's really hard to film and play a game at the same time, but I was moving around. It felt super smooth. Every time I attacked an enemy, there was no lag or dropped frames. The second game I tried was Life of P, which would typically give most handhelds
Bullshit. You said most typically give more handheld.
a little bit of a struggle just because
Nope.
it's very graphically intensive, and it felt okay. I get
On the Live of P on the freaking Steam Deck runs phenomenal. And again, let me correct this. It does run phenomenal if you know what the fuck you're doing. Of course, you need to tweak a little, maybe some setting, maybe here there. But when you tweak it the right way, it looks amazing, runs amazing, and you have every fucking detail.
Again, I wasn't killing enemies just because I didn't know where to go, but I was running around the room and there was no drop frames or lag.
Nah,
The other game I
this game
tested
runs
was
really well.
Gears
It's
of
well
War. And obviously,
optimized.
this is an Xbox specific game, so yeah, it's gonna run fine. Like they obviously took their time to optimize this title, but it felt good, you know. And the fact that Asus put the speakers on the front of the device, the
I hate that
sound is
gun.
just hitting you. It just felt a lot more immersive compared
there, that
to
would've
other
killed me.
devices
Come
that
on.
put the speakers at the bottom. But there's one new piece of
That would've killed
technology
me.
that they announced that I feel like a lot more people should be talking about, and
What?
that's shaders. I know, not the most fun topic to talk about, but
Shaders.
they're going to be loading shaders.
I
in
hate
the background.
shaders.
Usually, when you load up a game, let's say Fortnite, for example,
The reason I'm sorry to stop at this. The reason I hate shaders is like Steam. They take so much fucking memory. They take so much fucking hard drive space. You got like 5 gigs. I mean, not 5 gigs, like 5 games. You got 5 fucking games, and all those games are taking multiple amount of gigs of fucking shaders.
or Call of Duty Warzone, and you just updated your
Oh.
GPU, you gotta wait for the shaders to load, and if you don't, the game runs very poorly. So what they're doing now is they're gonna be downloading the shaders in the background after you download the game so that it's ready when you play it. This is gonna make loading times
Okay.
so much faster. My big question though is that why aren't the entire industry doing this, regardless of what device you're using? Like shaders are annoying. Like why not
You see, what I like about console is when you download the game, you play, you're done to go. And they're probably downloading, they not probably, they are downloading the shader altogether. So this way, boom, you're ready to go. But the games are already optimized for it.
have them download in the background on your PC or your PlayStation or other devices that currently exist right now. But look, I walked away from this hands-on demo feeling pretty confident. I'm really curious to see what the
It's a 50-50 chance that I may pick this. And again, I don't know. I pick it. I probably pick it with my Best Buy card just to test it out for like a week or two. I got with Best Buy, I have like 45 days return policy anyway. They usually do like 14, but with my account, because I buy a lot of stuff from Best Buy, I usually have 45. So I may pick it up, test it out for at least a couple of weeks, maybe a month, and then take it back. So I don't have to pay for it, keep it.
total package will feel like when it's coming out on October 16th.
The one that I want is the new Legion Go, the Legion Go 2. I love my Legion Go. That size of a screen, that's what they fucking should have done. They didn't have to do something as big as the Legion Go, but at least get to the 8 inches, not 7.
I think the Ally X is the right move. I know the other one's more
They
affordable.
don't
but
have to do all
look,
that.
you can connect this and use it as a computer. You just have a lot more RAM, you have more performance. It's just, it's more future-proof. I feel like if you're gonna buy this thing, maybe you wanna save up, but obviously wait for the full reviews to hit first to see if all the expectations.
Yeah, I'm gonna be one of those people gonna be doing a review. I'm gonna be on day fucking 1, picking one up and review the shit of it. All right, so we kind of done with him. Let's look at this guy. 28 KB. They're pretty good. There's 2 guys. They were raving a lot about the last year update of the Ally. When they came out with a revision of the Ally, they got rid of a lot of the stuff what they did with the original Ally to kind of make it better and give you more horsepower under the hood. The guy even went as far as saying, like, one of the guys anyway. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair. He had glasses also. He said, I'm quoting, and that's what he said, that he got rid of his PC because the last year, the updated version was so good that he didn't need his PC anymore. He does everything. He can plug it into monitor, run as a regular PC, play his game, and then unplug it basically like a switch, and then take his game on the go. So let's see what happens this year, because I think this is gonna be way better than what. And he went and gave his to his wife, so his wife also has got rid of her PC to go handheld mode. Also,
we know why they actually chose the Z2 Extreme AI variant for the Xbox Ally X.
And it's one key reason, in my opinion, it's so Xbox can get their
of course, blonde hair, glasses, and so I got talking about here.
arse out.
They're both cool.
And that is one of the big features we'll be talking about today.
Yeah, so there's actually some key features they have announced now with the Xbox Ally X, and in particular the AI NPU that's part of this new processor.
Yes.
That looks
Should we
good.
start with the arse or end with the arse?
It's ASR.
No, it's not.
But we're
have this
calling
game.
it ARS.
This is the kind of answer to PSSR in many ways.
Yes. Yes.
Obviously, it was still AMD land.
Yes.
But this is going to be locally based on your NPU hardware upscaling.
Yeah, it's an operating system based up.
They're playing Hard War. This is the reason I'm stopping it, because I picked up Hard War. The Switch 2 version is $42, but the Switch 1 was $12. And if you buy the Switch 1 version for $12, you get the option to upgrade it to the Switch 2 for $10. So basically, you're paying $22 for the game, but you get 2 copies. It's not like they slap it, because when I got the Switch 1, I automatically downloaded the Switch 1. When I paid for the upgrade, like when you have like Tears of the Kingdom or Zelda, you automatically get rid of it and say now Switch 2 version, because they patch it. They don't give a patch. It's just how you to download the Switch 2 entire game. There's no patch to it. You download the whole entire game. So I ended up having 2 copies of the game in my dashboard. I'm like, what the fuck? So I delete, of course, the Switch 1, because one is 13 gigs or the other one's like 20 gigs.
Scaling, which is absolutely ridiculous. So we were wondering, why did they choose the Z2 Extreme? Why didn't they wait for the Z3 Extreme when we're going to get RDNA 4 and hardware-based upscaling from FSR 4? And we were like, why are they doing this now? Why can't they wait for that? But now, just like you said with PISA, where PlayStation have taken some features from RDNA 4 and sort of backported it. It's almost in line with that, where we're getting hardware-based upscaling on an operating system level without the need for devs to
That's the
implement
huge thing. Obviously,
into games.
FSR does rely on implementation from
I need to get these little mics. I need to get these little mics. That's on DJI.
developers to work alongside AMD for it. And now this is all done locally on your machine. So no need to train models. It's all done hardware from an operating system basis. It's incredible because now that means every game that you play on it is going to be able to take advantage of it.
Absolutely. I'm actually like quite blown away by this feature. There's one negative I want to say off the bat is this is not coming until early 2026.
We're still waiting for confirmation of exactly when.
Yes.
And we always say, and everyone else will say, don't buy something based on future promises.
That's very true.
But they're big pushing on this, so I'm kind of leaning on the side of it's going to happen.
I fully expect it to happen. With the push from Asus and Xbox here, like they are making stuff happen, and clearly they are, I don't want to say rushing this out, but they're getting this out as soon as possible. And this feature I fully expect, because this is not a new feature.
No.
This actually
Dates
came
back to
around.
last year, doesn't it?
Came around last year with the introduction of Snapdragon AI-based chips in laptops and things like that. So we will see this because it's already a feature.
And it suddenly makes sense as to answers the big question we had before as to why now release this and not wait till next year.
Exactly, yeah. And if anything, this means that we don't need to worry that we're at RDNA 3.5. And this is one of the reasons why this is going to dominate the other handhelds, because any handheld that's just got a Z2 Extreme will not have this feature. It has to be the AI variant, and the only one with an AI variant is the Xbox Ally X.
Yes, so not even the Ally version, the white cheaper version that's coming will have it, obviously.
The reason I'm going that way, I just mentioned earlier that I'm waiting for the Legion Go 2. I'm crossing my finger, but I doubt it, that the Legion has the AI on it, the AI variant on it, unless they start scrambling on the last second and say, yo, let's just switch the chip over. We haven't shipped out the console. Let's just start switching the CPU or the GPU that's inside to the AI version of it, so we can kind of be future-proofing our console anyway. Even though our console is going to be a beast, but let's make it more as a beast. We're adding this thing in there.
Just the Ally X version.
And I hope the price for switching the chip is not too much of a difference.
It fundamentally gives a reason as to why to upgrade as well to current Ally X owners.
Yes.
Which I didn't think there would be as we went into this.
Yep.
I thought, don't worry about it, just wait for RDNA 4 and FS4 to be implemented.
Yeah.
But now we've got a more compelling reason. There is other things as well that's coming with this that are less exciting.
Yeah.
You're laughing at the wasp attacks.
Yeah, like getting stung
Like getting stung by a swarm of wasps. You have Copilot enabled, which we've seen on PCs that have any kind of AI tops available to them.
Yes.
Any NPUs in it, so you can implement Copilot. I think it's such a naff feature, but it's there. It can help you with games.
This is the thing that I found really funny is they led the live stream of talking about the features of why they chose the AI variant, and it was very much Copilot, which is great. I think this introduction into games is actually going to help. You'll be able to effectively get an AI walkthrough or help in a section of a game, which I actually think is really good, because time and again, when I'm playing a game or my wife's playing a game, we get stuck and we try, and then eventually we resort to Google and we go to Google and we go, you know what, how to do this thing. And I hate it because I have to look at 3 walkthroughs before I find the information concise enough to help me. So if I don't have to even mess around with that, I can just press a button, get Copilot up and say, how do I do this? And it helps me. I actually think this is going to be helpful.
I'll admit surrender on that one, because when they were talking...
Yo, I really hate looking for information on a game. I really do. It's just one of those things no, I'll figure this shit out myself. Fuck this.
Well, I was like, why are you talking about Copilot so much? The other thing I think is unsaid, in between all this, is that I think a lot of the upscaling part is going to be powered by Copilot.
Exactly, yeah. And that's where I think they were hinting at. They were kind of not directly saying it, but they were kind of hinting at that this will be sort of helped by that. Yes.
The other thing that Copilot's going to enable with this AI part, the NPU, is game highlights.
Yeah, so there's going to be like highlight reels, which I imagine like right now with NVIDIA, let's just say, because I'm very familiar with that, in the GeForce Experience like
handhelds.
overlay,
Oh,
you can enable like, or even on an Xbox, record the last like 60 seconds over and over again.
Yeah,
So it's constantly recording it so that you don't have to like bring up and record. You can go, oh, I know I've captured that sick shot that I just did or something. So this seems to be taking that to a next level where it's actually going to make like highlight reels for you.
Yeah, we still don't know how that's going to work or look.
No, and for me personally, I'm going to turn that off.
Yeah,
because
it's going to be a resource hog as
it,
well.
Well, I
in
don't
the
think it
background.
will be because of the NPU. So because this actually won't be taking stress from the CPU or the GPU, like that's going to be non-affected because the NPU is specifically going to be running this.
Okay.
However, if I'm using ARS, I don't want my
Arse.
ARS being, reduced by a highlight reel being recorded in the background. And for me, we don't do like gameplay clips and stuff,
You
so
do
it would
the
just be
same
a
joke as
personal
me,
thing
Arse,
maybe. But I
Arse,
would probably
whatever.
turn that off personally. But if you're into playing Call of Duty or Battlefield or whatever, and you want that feature, I think it's going to help. But we don't know enough about that.
Don't know enough. They've been kind of coy in the information they've given, even in the upscaling, even the implementation
yes.
of
Yeah.
ARS.
Yeah. ASR, yeah.
They've been really coy on what they've said about that. It's exciting, though. What we do know is very exciting, and it does give a compelling reason to be looking at the Ally X variant of the Xbox handhelds. It gives a compelling reason to upgrade as well, which, again, like I said earlier, I didn't think
Looking
there'd
for-
be one.
Yes. Yeah.
Looking for my little bag because I have a bag that I carry my handhelds, and I bought one from Genki. Genki has a good ass fucking bag for your handheld. Bring it up here. I had it for my trip to be with my family. This fucker right there. Yo, if you don't have it, you need to get it. Carrying protection. Yo, this thing. Oh, they did have this color. I hated that color. Wish they had I wish they have maybe like a white one or another color, but the black is the one anyway. That's the one that I have. But dude, this thing, so far, my Switch 2 fit in there. And I have the Kill Switch, which has a big case and everything. They make the thing like super thick. It fit in there with the Switch 2. The Steam Deck fit in there with no issue. The Legion Go fit in there with no issue. Any handheld that you want to play on that given moment. So that, and let's say in my case, when I went out to visit my family and my best friend for his baby shower, I took the Switch. I wanted to take the Switch with me. So this was the best thing. And I strapped it around. And I also have like right here on the front pocket. Go back here. There we go. Right here in the front pocket, I have my ID. I had it right here. Tie it up really nice and tight. Because he has two sections that you can tie it up. This one and this one. Right here in this corner. And there's another one. Let's see if I can bring it. No, it won't let me. This another one on this corner on the bottom section. It has another tight chest like this one that you can tie on both ends. And I had it nice and tight on my chest. And then I have my big ass traveling book bag anyway. And when I need my ID, right out of the zipper right here, pop my ID, give it to them, put it back in. I had like my ticket on the cell phone, keep it moving. That's it. And and then on the back thing right here, on the back zipper, because you have two zippers. You have four. You got one in the front, one in the back. The back one had my AirPods. So when I'm in the plane, poop, pop my AirPods in, pop it back in, and then it has the two more zippers right here. Oop. So you put your console in the back, and then on the front, you have two more pockets. One here in the back, you can pull little things, and then another one, a divider on the front here, so you can pull your stuff in there. And also with mine, because I got mine when they went to Kickstarter, they send you a little tracker. It's almost like the Apple AirTag, but it was like a credit card. And I have the credit card here on this section. The AirTag credit card. It's right here on this section. So this way I can track where the hell my thing is all over the place. And the good thing is, because it's a credit card, you cannot get rid of the battery. So if you put it on your iPhone charger, just the big one, you can slap it on that and it will charge it, wireless recharge that battery. And I think it lasts up to like 6 months to a year, some shit like that. But it's last so far. I haven't recharged it again. It's still charged up. So this bag right here, that price, $100, is worth it. This is a freaking awesome bag. And not only that, Uniqlo. What is it? Uniqlo? That's what it is. Oh. So there we go. This one. Uniqlo. Glow. Them. They also have a bag like that. Let me see something. Just trying to think what it should. Oh, there we go. This one right here. It's almost the same. But it's little, you see? Right here in the front. My wife picked this up for $20. This is basically almost the same thing, a little different. Here in the back, you can put like your ID, your little things, and then the front, you put your Switch. And that's what she did. She put her Switch in the front. You put her cell phone in the back. You can also put bottles of water if you wanted to. Especially if you're not hanging out with your Switch. We go to the theme park. You can carry this on like this. Put your bottle of waters in there, and you can sip it. Take your water, lock it in there. If you got your sunglasses, slap it in there. This bag was awesome. This was an awesome bag for $20. And Uniqlo is selling these. And of course, you can see it comes with different colors. Got this gray, got this black, this tan looking one, and this blue. $20. And we went to Uniqlo the day before we were about to travel. And she wanted to pick up maybe like some shorts or whatever. And that's when we saw it. I'm like, hey babe, I kind of look like almost similar like to the bag that I have for my Switch. You should pick it up. And sure enough, if the Switch fit perfectly. Her Switch fit freaking perfectly. She had it when we were on the airplane. Pop it out. We played. When we were done, put it back in. I did mine. Do the same thing for me, and we'll get the fuck out. This is awesome for traveling. Really good for traveling. And again, if you don't want to spend the $100 on the other one, that I do highly recommend because it's nice and thick. This an alternative that we tried ourselves that I can vouch for this one. For $20, you cannot go wrong for this thing. And it has two clips. You can clip on this side or you can clip on the side, depending how you want to carry it. I mean, really, you can just keep it clip on one side, just flip it over however you want. I don't think it's necessary having that clip, but I guess. But anyway, let's go back.
Yeah, absolutely. I was not expecting any
Would you go as far as to say this is a generational leap?
Yeah, I would, because this effectively is the equivalent of DLSS or FSR 4.
Yeah.
Because we're getting hardware-based. This is not stressing your CPU or GPU, like I said, with the highlight reel. This has got a dedicated section that will be running this for you. And what we know so far, looking at last year's Snapdragon stuff with ASR, is that basically what it does is it lowers the system's resolution. So if you're on the desktop, let's say, I know this is not exactly how it's going to work on the Xboxes because we're not in Windows, we're in the Xbox big screen, like picture mode. But just for argument's sake, it lowers the resolution of Windows entirely, not just the game. And that's how it will then upscale everything up.
Yes.
Right? And then so far with last year's information, you get 1 frame of latency. But if it means we can get upscaling, hardware-based upscaling on any game without devs enabling it.
Every game.
This changes everything.
Every
Because
game.
I've got a 9070 XT from AMD with FSR4, and there's almost no games that support it.
I just think
It's
of
so
like
frustrating.
how poor that makes like the Switch 2 implementation of Switch 1 games.
Absolutely.
There's no need for like the Switch 2 enhanced versions.
And with the Switch 2, you're waiting on developers,
to
to
do it,
enable DLSS, and some games just don't have it.
Yeah.
This takes all of that away. No longer are you waiting. You can force this on any game. That means retro games,
Yes.
emulation, anything on the Xbox Store, anything on Steam,
Your old Xbox library.
everything.
Huge.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. It's really exciting to see. We're going to deep dive loads more here from Cologne. So make sure you're subscribed. And of course, there's more hands-on stuff coming in.
We've been hands-on, and we've actually physically got.
Oh, another video with them. But anyway, that's not. I don't jump into them. This was a pretty good video to kind of give me an idea about the console and some of the new technology they added there, especially the AI part of it. Then I'm excited for. Like he said, the AI will work for you. You can activate it to any of these games to kind of enhance the visual of those games. That's fucking cool. That is fucking cool. Let me see.
Hands-on quite a lot yesterday. We got a lot to say about the Xbox Ally X and the Xbox Ally because they share the same shells.
Ergonomics is the first thing. If you've spent a lot of time holding the Ally X or even the Ally as well, you're accustomed to the weight and the feel of it. And as soon as you pick up the Xbox Ally X, you're aware that it's heavier, but somehow feels lighter.
Yeah,
It's a really weird kind of feeling.
that's the thing. Like I kept over.
The design is a little unique, I can say, but it's not too unique because it's come up, like I mentioned earlier, kind of copying the freaking PlayStation Portable.
Hearing other people saying, "Oh, it's lighter." It's like, no, actually got controller grips, so the wheels genuinely feel lighter, which is really strange.
The angle of the grips
Yeah.
doesn't flare your elbows out.
See, I was actually concerned
Yeah.
from the images because we know with a controller, let's just take an Xbox controller, it is like an arrowhead, right? So that your hands, because your hands are close, they want to come in. So your arms physically want to do this, right? But with the Xbox Allies, they're not as angled. And I was a bit worried thinking, oh, they're not enough flared, you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I was
Yeah.
actually thinking it was going to be bad straight. Because of how wide it is, if you took a controller and then just naturally went like this, do you see how my arms are coming more straight? So it doesn't need to be as pointed, right? So they're like this. And that means that it's actually really comfortable.
Yeah, it's super comfortable. The weight distribution, I think, is a really important thing as well. Like,
He has a good point there. Oh damn. Oh, my bad. I do apologize for that. Like the saliva went to the wrong fucking pipe. Yeah, that's a good point that he actually making there. How the controllers kind of have that little angle. This is my Xbox right here. I love the Pro. This is custom made one. You know how it has the little angle one, but this one's like little more straight up, and I can kind of get it because it does make sense based on what he's saying and how he kind of give you that little fake arm. You know, the little decimal. Can't even speak right now. Whatever. You know what I mean? Like he got kind of showing or demonstrating. There we go. Kind of the words coming out. Oh wait, this information right here. I didn't pay attention to that. Okay. Oh, Wi-Fi 6.
the angle of the screen
really
that they
good.
have now as well.
Yes.
So you've got a better viewing angle because you never hold them upright to your face. You always hold
Yeah.
them down at slight angle. They pitch the screen as such to make that viable.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So if you look at it from a side angle, the like control handlebars, I like this, but then the screen is, I'm exaggerating this, right? But the screen is like this. And that means that when you're holding it at an angle like that, the screen's actually way more in line with your eye line. It's really
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I can't deny the fact that it does look ugly. I know you've come around.
I actually kind of like it now.
It looks ugly. It's got a bit of a chin on
looks
it as well.
ugly.
But you know, the more I think about it, I will sacrifice something that looks beautiful for something that is comfortable to play for long periods of time. Just
Absolutely.
You definitely, I mean, I'm one for saying, you know, look under the surface. Things that aren't as beautiful may be good on the inside.
I really like it because they've chosen functionality over aesthetic. Yes. And that should be the standard. Doesn't really matter if it looks good.
It looks beautiful. On gameplay is not that. It doesn't look the best in pictures and on your desk,
And
but you're holding your hand, you go, this just feels right.
It's so much nicer. It's like,
that's a good thing. If they kind of got the feeling how it feels on your hands as you play, then that's good. Because sometimes some of these handheld kind of get you a little fatigue. So that's what I kind of like what the Switch 2 did with the controller. Now the Kill Switch did with the controller here with this case. They kind of give you this grip because this kind of helps really good. It kind of helps kind of hold this properly and relax your hand, and you don't get that fatigue versus being, for example, let me bring this out here, versus having this thing, this flat thing on your hand. So you can kind of, as you play, you can kind of have this thing here. Here you can kind of like have your hands and your fingers there and kind of resting really well. It doesn't fatigue you. Like you see it right now, I'm trying to do the same thing, but I'm kind of like in air. It's nothing to grab and kind of get your hands fatigued. Even my finger by doing that, it's already fatigued already. But this one not. It doesn't feel good. So yeah, that's a good direction they took on there. Slap this back in the thing. There we go. Get in there, baby. I'm still waiting for the update version of this thing. They supposedly already shipped it, and still on the mail. Waiting for the post office to deliver it for me, so I can be able to review it. I'm gonna be making a review of the updated version of the Kill Switch handles, because what they did is they got rid of all this and they make this longer so you can kind of hold it on both ends, but you don't have all this extra lip here on the side, because that's what it is causing this thing to kind of snap off. What I mean is, if you grab it from this end, kind of usually it's kind of snap off. That's not even pressing that. I'm gonna keep my finger here. So you see, kind of see my finger's still there. Not even there. See, comes right off. So that lip is causing the snap. Put this baby back here. There we go.
holding a controller. And the way that they obviously still got the asymmetrical stick layout, those controller handles just let your thumbs naturally rest on those sticks perfectly. And I was actually, you might have seen me like during yesterday, constantly leaning on stuff, standing back, having my arms extended. I was really trying to like stress, is there an angle that I don't feel right holding this? And no, it felt great. And one thing that's personal to me is because I do a lot of testing with the Ally X, I often take one hand off and I'm always holding the Ally with a one hand. And you're doing like a sandwich grip.
I quite often end up having to like put it up and hold it like
yes. And I was going to say that you cock it at an angle to balance the weight in one hand. Because if you try and do this, it's so heavy, it wants to fall out of your hands. Whereas with the Ally X, I was naturally just holding it with one hand at a straight out angle. It's easy.
And another thing with that, I often find with the other handhelds, even the Switch, when you're playing for long periods of time, let's say there's a dialogue screen or loading screen, and you like reach for a drink or something.
Yes.
I know this seems incidental. It's really important for quality of life. I'll often go one-handed then.
Yes.
And then it's like, oh, how do I press the buttons? Because I'm got weight.
Yeah.
You literally can hold it and it be outright.
And again, this is what I like, that case that I have on the Kill Switch 2. It allows you to hold it properly. But because of how that section kind of snap off easily, I don't do it. I usually grab it from the middle and keep it moving. That's why I want to test it out when the new one comes out. I mean, comes in, because I get it for free. So I can go ahead and test that out.
And it
absolutely,
and it just works.
Yes.
And now like that quality of life improvement.
Yeah.
Beyond all the spec stuff that we've talked about in other videos, and we're going to continue to talk about
my foot.
quality of life, just the ergonomics.
Oh yeah,
cannot be overtaken.
yeah. The ergonomics are like so much better than the original Ally and the Ally X as well, and anything else I've tried yet, to be honest.
It's top of the tree.
Yeah.
We're going to deep dive all the other aspects.
That's pretty good. All right, let's see what new Nintendo Switch news are coming out. This is my boy right here, Nintendo Prime. He is really fucking good. Give him a fucking like. Let me go and give him a like right now as I'm at it.
So today, folks, we're going to be talking about how actually more evidence is coming up that we are definitely getting a Nintendo Direct next month. And I know using the word
Obvious.
definite
It's
means like
obvious.
this is a 100% for sure thing happening. Look, obviously this is all rumors. It's just evidence to support the rumors. But we got to admit that, you know, Nintendo's in this precarious situation where some consumers, and I don't even want to say all, I think a majority of people that bought a Switch 2 or have interest in a Switch 2 aren't sitting here waiting on bated breath for Metroid Prime 4's release date and aren't waiting for that next Nintendo Direct. I mean, only the hardcore fans are really the ones paying attention to these directs and really like clamoring for release dates for things. But we are one of those hardcore fans, right? I am running a Nintendo YouTube channel for a living where you guys sit here and watch and listen. So yeah, I think that we
I think I'm gonna start doing more things like this. I mean, like what he does. Because I do go into the news a lot, and lately that's what I'm doing a lot most. So I'm gonna start making my own news channel like this for everybody else, and then do my gaming here and there. But I think I'm gonna start doing things like this. But I'm gonna be talking about either reacting, and I'm kind of reacting to this anyway. But I'm probably gonna start doing this more.
we are the exact audience that cares about this. So that's why we're going to go into the evidence for these directs happening next month. And yes, you heard that correct. Plural directs. And before we dive into that, I want to remind you, we are on our road to 160,000 subscribers. So if you're enjoying the content, I would appreciate if you would subscribe. We also have a giveaway going on for 5 copies of Kirby Air Riders. All you have to do is be 18 or older to enter. You can enter.
Kirby Air Rider looks like shit to me. I'm sorry, but it looks like shit.
Through the link down in the pinned comment or the description. We'll be drawing the winner sometime in November before the game comes out. So stay tuned for that. It comes out on November 20th, right before Black Friday. What a nice little holiday surprise it could be if you end up winning one of those copies. We might launch other giveaways if Nintendo has other games going on. So we might have more than one giveaway going on at once is what I'm saying. Like Legends ZA, I plan to give away some copies of that in October, but you know, we're not there. So for now,
we're not there.
5 copies, Kirby Air Riders. All right, let's go ahead and get into this video. So first, we got to start by recapping what the hell's going on with what we've already talked about to date about directs happening next month. And so when we talk about that, there's 3 supposed Nintendo Directs coming. This is rumored. 2 of them are for sure next month. Again, according to the rumors, one is a 40th Mario Anniversary Direct, and another is a general Nintendo Direct. And the last one is supposedly going to get announced in the general Direct for Metroid Prime 4. So Metroid Prime 4 would get its own Direct. Don't really know if that's next month, but they would announce it in that Direct. And they would also give us the Metroid Prime 4 release date. Now, all of this comes from Nash Weedle, of course. And some people are skeptical of Nash Weedle, and I get it. You should really be skeptical of any rumor, no matter who the source is. That being said, Nash Weedle's had some stuff happen recently that just increased his resume, and we're going to kind of recap all the things he's been right about in 2025 because it seems to keep happening. So Nash Weedle was right yet again just this week. He teased that Indiana Jones and the Great Circle would be getting announced for Switch 2, something he said was happening all the way back on June 1st of this year. He's been doing this actually a lot lately in 2025. He teased Switch 2 editions before they were announced, said Elden Ring was coming to Switch 2, that the Switch 2 edition of No Man's Sky would actually be a free update, that Metroid Prime 4 would have mouse controls, that the Switch 2 Direct would feature Donkey Kong, a 3D one in particular, instead of 3D Mario, and that there would be a Direct in the final week of July. Now, that's actually kind of crazy, and friend of the channel, Andres Restart, has actually been tracking all of this, so shout out to him, as it actually saved me a ton of time on researching his back date of all these rumors. Now, I do want to note, it's got other rumors out there. There's one out there, like the very first game from Microsoft that's supposed to release, not be announced, but release, is Sea of Thieves. That has not been announced yet, so we'll wait and see on that front. But I just want to note out there that, his one being right about the Direct end of July, he had 5 different sources for Direct in July. 3 of them for like week 2, 2 of them were for the final week. So there's a little caveat with him being right about that direct in July, that we did get that partner showcase on July 31st. Now, that doesn't stop there because, hey, one source is whatever. We actually have 3 sources when it comes to rumors for directs happening next month. Next up is friend of the channel, Attack the Backlog. He has a source, and at least one, that seems fairly accurate. He talked all the way back on June 11th that he had a source who said a direct was happening in July during the final week. In fact, he grew so confident in this that a week before the direct happened, he had a stream set up to live react to it on the exact day that it was happening, even nailing down the exact time the direct would take place. This is notable because he's also partially corroborating multiple Nintendo events happening next month. And he actually came on our podcast to initially say that. That's crazy. And that includes a general Nintendo Direct. Now, that's source number 2 for something happening next month. Now we got to get to good old Zach from Switchforce, man. So, Switchforce has also had at least one reliable source because he was not only correct about a direct in the final week of July, which by the time he actually said we were going to get it, others had already come forward, such as the aforementioned Nash Weedle and Attack the Backlog, and yes, the most trusted insider around in Nate the Hate. But the following week, he was saying an Indie World was happening that week as part of a 3-phase presentation plan.
Yeah, he did.
He, of course, ended up right, as we know, and actually was the lone source on that event happening. This is notable because he has said a general direct is coming as well in September. The latest from him on this is actually that it's sooner than you think and on a day you wouldn't anticipate. Of course, haven't seen the direct isn't this month, given all the demo festivities going on and the fact there's only 1 week left. So next month seems most likely, but Nintendo almost always does directs in September. So I'm not too sure on his sooner than you think remark.
I'm waiting for Apple
Unless
event.
you're someone not expecting anything at all until next year. And yeah, I've actually seen people legitimately think that and parrot that online, that there's no general direct happening until 2026. That could be true, but that's obviously just an opinion. So we'll.
Right now, the Switch is too fresh, too new for them not to really promote the shit out of the Switch 2. They want to, they have a target, and they want to hit that target as much as they can. So they are going to promote the crap out of the Switch, and they need to invest to convince people that the $450 for the Switch or the $500 bundle is worth it. Me personally, $450 is okay. It's not too bad, but I think 400 should have had been the sweet spot.
We'll see. The last part, though, that he said is interesting. The expected days for a direct are Thursday, Wednesday, and Tuesday. Nintendo doesn't typically do them on Mondays because they're just coming off the weekend, nor Fridays.
And talking about that, the Switch, and I'm gonna repeat this a million times. Switch 2 should have not be called Switch 2. It should have been called the Switch Pro. Because as much as they try to, we want to increase the price of the old Switch, whatever, you could have, and it will be more justifiable if it was a same generation, just a updated version of it, like a Switch Pro that's really doing what it's doing now, and then Switch 2, it will be twice better than the Switch Pro. You could work on a more powerful handheld. Make it 500 and some change, and make it come out in 2 years.
As halfway through Friday, Japan has already hit Saturday. Of the days a direct usually happens, Tuesday is basically the least likely date for a general direct.
Money left and right.
So I suppose if you always anticipate Wednesday or Thursday, maybe Tuesday fits the mark. Either way, Switchforce has promised to give more information on all of this soon enough. Potentially next week. We'll have to wait and see. And that kind of recaps everything we know. Now, that's all the stuff we already talked about. We've gone over this stuff in multiple videos, but really, there's other additional evidence that suggests there has to be something happening next month. Let's start with Kirby Air Riders. Kirby Air Riders is a game that had its own dedicated direct, the third.
Yeah, I kind of saw that direct when I was out in.
Dedicated game direct of the year. There could be more. A rumored Metroid Prime 4 one, maybe even one for Age of Imprisonment. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe even Pokemon Legends EA gets one. That'll be fun. But what really matters here is that Kirby Air Riders isn't coming out until the 20th of November. It is actually slated to come out that same week as Black Friday, making it the big holiday title, and I got to air quote holiday title because Nintendo usually has a treasure trove of like 3 games, Legends EA being among them, for like holiday titles. So I just want to note that it's not the only holiday title, but it's just the title that drops before Black Friday here in particular in the United States. But Nintendo usually considers any game in October, November, and December to be holiday titles. So, okay. So just note that when I say holiday title, I'm just specifically talking about Black Friday week. That being said,
November.
that is where that game is positioned. And this is notable because we all thought, and we includes me, that it was coming out in September. We literally thought Kirby Air Riders was a lock for September with a dedicated direct now, because it's a little, doing a dedicated direct now for something in November seems a little early, don't you think? But not for Nintendo, not for Sakurai. They decided they were going to do that now, blow the game out, and yeah, it's coming in November. Now, in that direct, Sakurai did note that there would be more information soon on Kirby Air Riders, suggesting that there are things hidden, and some people feel like they figured out that maybe there's a story mode and maybe a hidden character. I actually don't know on the story mode stuff. I've seen some of the arguments, but definitely looks like he's teasing a hidden character. Either way, there seems to be even more information on this game we don't know, in a game that already looks pretty content-packed for what it is. So that's cool. So he's already teasing there's supposed to be more information soon, which, of course, the marketing's only really just begun for Kirby Air Riders. If it's coming out November 20th, there's going to be more information revealed before then. So, okay, cool. That could mean a Nintendo Direct. But also, the fact it's not in September means that Nintendo is likely still not announced the game for September. Now, it would feel weird going into September not knowing what the September game is actually going to be. Or at least I would say that if it wasn't for the 40th anniversary of Super Mario. Remember, that is one of the rumored directs to happen next month. And if you go all the way back to 2020, they announced Super Mario 3D All-Stars, and that was the big game for September, and it came out 2 weeks later. So assuming there's actually an early direct in September, and it's not the general, but it's actually the 40th anniversary direct, maybe that's what's happening. Maybe there's
this right here. I tried out with my wife because I got my wife also the Switch too, as I mentioned earlier, with the bag. We both were playing the Switch. Anyway, this is not bad. I thought I saw when they kind of promoted this at the beginning, it looked like a stupid gimmick, but this is not bad at all. That was pretty good.
some sort of Mario game coming out next month that they're not going to give us a lot of headway to for releasing, both probably maybe even 2 of them, maybe one for Switch 1 and one for Switch 2. Or maybe it's just something like Galaxy 2 Remastered, which is already rumored, and there's a Switch 1 version with a Switch 2 edition. Either way, it would kind of seem likely that if we don't have a game slated for September, when Nintendo loves having games in September, then yeah, maybe that's because there's a surprise game being announced super early in the month at something like a 40th anniversary of Mario. And again, they've done this before, meaning that this, could actually be an expectation. Now, the other thing is something that Andres Restart brought up in basically a very similar video to this one. And you know what? I'm going to let him talk about it because this has to do with the idea that Nintendo likes to release games around the Halloween date, even if another game already came out in October. This is important to note because there's another certain game that feels like it could slot right into that mark, especially if some sort of hidden Mario game is the September game. So Andres Restart, why don't you let people know what the hell does Nintendo do with those release slates of games during October?
So if we're getting Pokemon Legends EA on October 16th and we're getting Kirby Air Riders more than a month later on November 20th, there is room to have another game in the middle there. And that game, at this point, I'm thinking, kind of has to be Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. And if you look throughout the entire Switch era, you'll notice that Nintendo really likes to put out a game, a major game, in either the last week of October or the first week of November. Going back to 2017, we had Mario Odyssey, and then a week before that it was Fire Emblem Warriors, so they don't mind putting out games in quick succession. But then we move over to 2019, because they didn't do it for 2018. But in 2019, for Halloween, they had Luigi's Mansion 3, and a couple weeks before that, it was Ring Fit Adventure, kind of similar to what's happening maybe this year, I would say. And then a couple weeks later was Pokemon Sword and Shield. But then in 2020, they had another Halloween game in Pikmin 3 Deluxe. 2021, another Halloween game in Mario Party Superstars. 2022, another Halloween game or Halloween week game in Bayonetta 3. In 2023, WarioWare Move It came out a couple weeks after Mario Wonder in October in the first week of November. And then in 2024, just last year, Nintendo made sure to put out Mario & Luigi Brothership in that first week of November, just a few weeks after the release of Mario Party Jamboree in October, which falls on October 16th, which is when Legends EA is coming out this year. So, point is, most years, Nintendo puts out a game, if not in the week of Halloween, the week after for the first week of November, still some time before Black Friday.
All right, so you can see for many years now, and I guess you can argue 2024 is a little exception because it was after, it was the week after Halloween, but you can see Nintendo likes to have a game in that slot, either like first week of November or last week of October, regardless of what else released in October. And Pokemon Legends EA is slated on the 16th, leaving that slot open. Now, again, Nintendo is one to break traditions, and they don't always follow the rules. And, you know, maybe Metroid Prime 4 is more like a December game. Maybe Metroid Prime 4 is next month for all we know. But it kind of would make sense to me that Legends EA and Metroid Prime 4, both Switch 1 games with Switch 2 versions, would actually come out in the same month. One, because I don't think Pokemon cannibalizes Metroid. And two, having Metroid come out a couple weeks after Pokemon means there's already an increased install base of Switch 2 because Pokemon Legends EA is actually bundled in, not with Switch 1, but with Switch 2. They are bundling Legends EA with Switch 2, which is assuredly going to create a boost in sales in October. And on the back of that, if you got all this momentum from Pokemon, dropping another game a couple weeks later could actually make a lot of sense and get increased sales, potentially for Metroid heading into that holiday period. So that is obviously a massive theory I want to throw out to Andres Restart. He actually touted this on our podcast as well. He is a special guest on our last episode. Man, our podcast seems to be getting all sorts of little scoops and theories and ideas, whether it's Tap the Backlog. We actually also had another one happen this last week. We had Kiwi Talks on, who's interviewed a bunch of developers, and he basically, Thunderstash asked him about a Fallout game coming to Switch 2, like, hey, is there anything happening with Fallout in Switch 2? And Kiwi Talk said, yeah. He won't tell us what game it is, whether it's Fallout 4, 1, 2, 3. You know, he's not giving us like any details on it. But yes, something Fallout is apparently coming to Switch 2. Again, another rumor.
Starfield's too big.
I think you guys got to start watching our Nintendo podcast. We keep having these little things happen like every other episode. It's kind of crazy. So we'll see. But what I actually want to focus in on is
Nintendo.
The fact that there's going to be a Direct next month. I firmly believe it at this point. Now, I could be disappointed. I could be let down. And maybe Nintendo has no events the rest of the year. They just dropped things on Nintendo today.
I'm sure
the way they've been handling their marketing seems pretty, that is in this year. So maybe there's a Direct for that. But I kind of feel like Nintendo knows that just because you have individual game Directs doesn't mean you shouldn't have a general. A general Direct isn't just about now. It's about stuff for content. He's a full-time YouTuber as well. So you can go ahead and support him by subscribing to his channel as well.
All right, so we kind of done here with most of the leaks for the last week or so that I have, or news should I say. So this is good to kind of catch up a little bit right now. And again, I'm excited for the Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater 3. I played it in the past when it came out originally. I just don't remember shit about gameplay. So this is gonna be me relearning to play this game all over again. I should just download the old one and play it before then, just to kind of get myself familiar with the game, because they're gonna have everything to be as is, but updated. So they're gonna have like 2 different ways of playing it. What I heard, it was gonna be traditional, basically from the original, and updated camera and controller scheme. So it's gonna be a little different also. So you can kind of take your, pick and choose what works and what doesn't work for you. So I kind of like that. But anyway, let's look at this. There's supposedly a rumor about Resident Evil. Let's take a look here.
Okay, Rooster Pesca here. Today we're talking about the Resident Evil remix because there have been a lot of very interesting leaks about the Code Veronica remake.
I'll be honest, the Resident Evil remakes are pretty fucking good. I'm excited for them. I love Resident Evil from the beginning. Code Veronica was my fucking favorite. I played this game like maybe 5 to 6 times. If any remix coming out from Capcom for Resident Evil, this is it. Code Veronica is the one that I'm highly anticipated for. I'm waiting for this fucker. If
which
they do,
apparently is coming up very soon, and also a complete reinvention of Resident Evil Zero. But this weekend is
I I picked up Zero on the 64. Never played it. I sold it. I bought it. Never played it.
especially last night, the king of Resident Evil leaks, a guy with a very concrete track record, Dusk Golem, did a posting spree where he basically did the most in-depth leaks I've ever seen in my life, including gameplay changes, world changes, storyline changes, timeline changes. A lot of stuff that makes me think that Code Veronica Remake and Resident Evil Zero Remake, these are going to be the biggest, craziest, most unique remakes we've seen yet, which is pretty substantial after how much they completely reinvented what Resident Evil 4 was in the
Resident Evil 4 was really good. I haven't finished it. I'm not lie to you. I finished the original Resident Evil 4 multiple freaking time on the 64. Was it 64? No, GameCube. He's in 64. It's the GameCube. On the Nintendo GameCube, I played the game. It came with on a tiny little disc. It was the cutest thing. But anyway, yeah, I played that game ridiculous amount of time. But yeah, the updated one I didn't finish all the way through because I got caught up playing all the fucking other freaking games.
remake. But I want to break down all the leaks and sort of just talk about it from a fan perspective because I not only love the new Resident Evil, I love 7, I love Village, I love what 9 is slowly turning into, but I very much appreciate the OGs, the clunky tank control perfection. In fact, even this weekend I've been playing a lot of the original Resident Evil 2 on my PS5. But let's talk about these leaks because Code Veronica to me has always been maybe the biggest leap in quality that Resident Evil ever had. And this shift sounds fantastic. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could please give the practicing editing the audio to sound a bit better, like I figured out how to record all.
Code Veronica Remake is going super well from what I have heard. Resident Evil 4 levels of good. Going so well that it's actually ahead of their internal schedule. And they are very confident in what they're making. That is good. That is fucking good. That's just not good. That is fucking awesome. Because if they can do or replicate or even enhance what they did with Code Veronica, Code Veronica was a fucking masterpiece to me. And I still have that game on the Dreamcast because when it came out on the Dreamcast first. That game made the Dreamcast to me the consoles to fucking have. Fuck PlayStation, for Xbox, for everybody else. No one were better than Dreamcast. And I'm sad the Dreamcast did not went nowhere.
All this stuff a bit better. So if this sounds extra good, well, give me a like because it took a lot of hours of practice. But here we go. So there's a bunch of tweets we're going to go through here that are all multi-chains because Dusk Golem has been getting a lot of questions ever since he initially said anything about the Code Veronica remake. I feel like people outside the fan base do not realize how important Code Veronica is to the fans because, yeah, some people kind of love it. Some people kind of hate it because it does have some of the most backtracking of all the early games. But I think a lot of people like it because it's that weird crossover where up until Resident Evil 4, obviously back then the games were still more focused on horror, scariness, limited ammunition, crazy bosses, impossible monsters. Whereas with Resident Evil,
Joe, I gotta play Code Veronica again. The question is, should I play it on the PC or should I play on the Dreamcast? Dust the Dreamcast out. Come on, baby. And play this bitch.
4, they became more funny, more crazy, more backflips and grapple hooks and El Gigante. Like, the later games are still scary, but this to me, I'm glad it sounds like the remake of Code Veronica is sticking to that original dark and decay. From what I hear, Resident Evil Remake is going super well, like Resident Evil 4 levels of good, which is funny because a lot of the same people. This is immediately, this legitimately, when I read this, hit me like a lightning bolt. I played the Resident Evil 4 remake legitimately 20 times. I played it on every platform. I got the Platinum Trophy. I beat it on every difficulty, every mode, every piece of DLC. It is a masterpiece of horror, of gameplay. It is fantastic. The fact that those people are working on this, I truly cannot express how hyped I am. Going so well that it's actually ahead of their internal schedule, and they're very confident in what they're making. For those that didn't know, RE4 Remake actually changed hands in 2020 from M2 to the lead dev of Capcom Division 1. The change would have delayed the game, but the team effing nailed it. They didn't need to delay the original play, and despite the reboot in dev, just blasted through to make the areas good on their first version. Wow, that's so crazy. Resident Evil game.
Whoa. Resident Evil games usually take a while because they will do multiple versions of an area segment and try to determine if it's good. Need to be redone, scrapped, or how it fit the whole. Okay, so it's sometimes the whole project reboot. I mean, if it's the same people and they really love Code Veronica and they love Resident Evil, and they, of course, they're working for Capcom, they should know their shit anyway. They will be able to put this shit together.
Games usually take a while because there will be multiple versions of areas and segments to try and determine if it's good, needs to be redone, scrapped, how it works, how it fits. Sometimes whole projects reboot. Code Veronica is apparently doing great. Now, this is something that we've sort of halfway known about, which is that it's not even that they're perfectionists in the typical sense. It's not like they're meticulously trying to refine things down to the most, shrill, nasty, awesome, goopy monsters and stuff. It's more about the fact that they feel like there is a correct vibe they're trying to hit, and they don't mind reforming a game. Like, obviously, Resident Evil 4 was originally a very different game. If you've ever seen the Hookman stuff, the original version of Resident Evil 4 that was coming out on GameCube was a completely different game before it became the version we have now, right? But the leaks go on. Now, this 5-tweet thread, it actually gets me so excited and so curious about how much this will even feel like the old school Code Veronica. For anybody who played the Resident Evil 4 remake directly after playing the original Resident Evil 4, the tone was very different. It still managed to be Resident Evil 4 on like GameCube, Resident Evil 4 on like GameCube and PS2. It was almost kind of goofy at times. It was so action focused, people jumping jet skis over exploding buildings and stuff. It was still Resident Evil, of course, but it was very different from the other games. Whereas with the remake, they went back to it being extra scary, dark, thunderstorms, extra monsters, side quests that actually showed more about the people that slowly lost their minds to the Las Plagas virus. It sounds like they're trying to do that level of...
Yo. When I got to this fucker right here, he wasn't even on the challenge. Because already you're like, I know what the fuck to do. Let's get the bazooka and just blow his ass in 2 seconds. I didn't even have to struggle that much.
Of reinvention with the Code Veronica remake, surprisingly.
Got on top of him, ripped
It's
that
going
thing
to
apart.
answer. I'm going to answer 4 questions about Code Veronica remake, then no more until after RE9. Resident Evil Requiem is at what's next. It's what I'm looking forward to right now. That's where my focus with leaks will be. So this ignore any Code Veronica questions until Resident Evil 9 is out. First up, Code Veronica remake, not only for what I've heard, is ahead of its internal schedule. Meanwhile, Resident Evil 0 remake got delayed recently after some form of dev reboot last year. With that in mind, I think it's far more likely that Code Veronica is first, even though originally it was the other way around. Now, this to me, I guess it makes sense because Resident Evil 0 was always a tinier game. It's a tighter story. It's more focused. Most of it takes place on a train and stuff like that. But also, Code Veronica, I feel like, needs more big, sweeping changes to sort of fit the current day tone. Like, Code Veronica has a lot of jokes that aren't just cringe. The whole thing has a very oh god, I can't believe I'm going to say this. At times, the game is a bit of a Backstreet Boys vibe and stuff. It feels like it's trying to appeal to like a very strange audience that I just do not think exists, especially with a character like Steve Burnside looking like Leonardo DiCaprio. I feel like they're really going to do a different vibe with Resident Evil Code Veronica because they have this extra dev time, this extra development, and honestly, way more budget than they originally did. A lot of the original Resident Evils, if you ever read any of the books about it, like Itchy Tasty, great book about how they made the Resident Evil games, they were all very much built with their heads on fire. It was constantly just next game, next game, next game. I mean, people forget the fact that we got Resident Evil 1, then the director's cut, 2, then the DualShock version, then 3, then Code Veronica, then we get Resident Evil 1 remake, then we get Resident Evil 4, then we get 0. Like, it was so incredibly back to back to back to back. Now we are in an era where they can take their time, where they can refine it, where they can figure stuff out. So it does make me think that, honestly, the fact that they're rebooting 0, I do think Resident Evil 0 is going to be substantially different. The original Resident Evil 0 always felt like it was trying to be co-op. In the game, it had this thing where you'd pass items back and forth, where there's two characters and you're playing both characters, but they're never together. Instead, you're constantly having to like, oh, hand stuff through a little tiny butler elevator. Here's a crank to solve this puzzle. Now hand me back the key or a gun. I like Resident Evil 0. I'm definitely a big defender of Resident Evil 0, but
never played it. I had it on the GameCube, but never played it.
But I feel like they're gonna have to do bigger stuff
because I picked it up because of Resident Evil 4. I was playing Resident Evil 4. I'll be honest, Resident Evil 4 was a GameCube exclusive. That was the only reason I picked up a GameCube, because of that fucking game, and I loved it. It was a fucking masterpiece.
Stuff, and I bet those internal tests showed some stuff can be interesting, but it isn't fun, right? Okay, but let me keep going here. Oh my God! So we have the weird Redfield from Resident Evil 7. Leon, so cool, so cool. Steve will still have a crush on Claire, but it'll be played more innocently. His perverseness is toned down. In its place, it'll be a more abrasive, overtly cautious, and not understanding of personal boundaries. Interesting. So
yes, Steve was a pain in my fucking ass.
This is the thing I definitely felt like they would have to change the most. Is just in general, there were a lot of characters that I feel like are just not, like, they just don't fit how we write people now. And Steve is definitely one of those people. Steve has this whiny voice. He meets up with Claire. Claire in Resident Evil Code Veronica, if you ever played it, they end up on this prison island together. Umbrella, of course, they're such a billion-dollar corporation. They've got prisons for some reason. I'm sure Amazon probably has prisons somewhere as well, right? Basically, though, when she goes there, she finds this kid, basically, whose whole family has been killed. He's stuck on the island by himself. And he's like, don't trust others, Claire. They'll only let you down. That's how he says the word down. Down. So I understand the fact that, yeah, you don't want to make a character like that that's annoying and cringe and trying to see her titties that bad. Making it more of a abrasiveness, I think that's a good change. Well, let me keep going there here. Wesker will play a much bigger part because the HCF has been upgraded to the main plot point in Code Veronica Remake. We're going to get their full scoop, more scenes with Wesker and the HCF, which is like a secret organization he's working with. They play a bigger role in the story. Like many people have predicted, hold on, let me read this. Will Wesker play a larger part in the reimagining? I admit that Wesker does perform better in the background, but at this point in the story, he's more like an employee. Also, how's Claire?
I don't know if anyone knows who Wesker is. Some people may. But Wesker was part of the original team in Resident Evil 1, in the first Resident Evil. With Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine. They were part of together in the same group. And Wesker was one of them.
Here's design coming along. So making Wesker bigger retroactively is such an odd choice. A lot of people think that, in a way, Capcom regrets killing Wesker off, because not only was Wesker an incredibly popular character, not only is his death kind of silly since you throw him into a volcano and shoot him with a helicopter, but I think a lot of times they realize, oh man, it sucks that we permanently destroyed every cell of this guy and we can't bring him back for any storyline ever, ever, ever. So I think in a way they're sort of trying to expand on him in a way where, all right, now we're in a part of timeline where he is alive. We're allowed to do this, right? Let me keep going here. Is there any innovations on the game?
I mean, they could rewrite. If they do Resident Evil 5, they could definitely rewrite him altogether. I mean, they could and do like I don't know, Venom kind of thing. Like he left a little sliver of himself that he can kind of regenerate from it.
Gameplay or using the famous lighter in Resident Evil Code Veronica. Like many predict, Wesker's boss fight with Chris is now a boss fight. He no longer fights Alexa. Interesting. So they're removing the last boss between Chris and Alexa, who's like a cybernetic monster. I'm not going to show you a picture of her, but there is a very crazy last boss that you basically just shoot her with a rocket launcher, right? Having him fight Wesker instead of just it being a cutscene, like
Yo, Wesker was a fucking badass. He's a fucking badass character. I mean, being that these two guys, they used to be friends and be part of the same fucking team, and now you gotta fight one of your good ass friend who became fucking evil because of power.
it was in the original game. That's a very, very big change. I think it makes more sense, honestly, but it's a very big change. Now,
Wesker
here's the
was
last
a
thing.
fucking snake anyway.
This
but
is very
still.
crazy. Rockford Island is now semi-open world, and Claire has a motorcycle she repairs early, and the player uses it to traverse it. So this sounds open world as heck. And that's wild to me in that Resident Evil 4 Remake was already a very, very big game. In fact,
Yeah.
I'm shocked by how big Resident Evil 4 Remake is. The fact that it has so many zones, so much optional backtracking to find,
There
optional
is.
side objectives,
There
and
is.
crazy hidden stuff, and cool extra puzzles. Resident Evil 4 Remake is
Yo, if you find the golden egg in Resident Evil 4 and you fight the little midget boss, just hit him once with a golden egg. He's dead. Dead by an egg.
big, 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 big. And a lot of times there has been talks about the fact that Capcom liked those larger zones because it enabled them to just put more stuff in the world. They could hide extra cool stuff. And basically, all right, we have all these plans. Let's just put all of it in there, right? Just throw it all at the wall. The fact that they're doing that with the Code Veronica remake, but even more so, driving around on the island, it's so big, is insane. I'll be honest, I love Resident Evil 2 the most. Resident Evil 2 and 3, still my favorite, just because I love Raccoon City a lot. I almost kind of want to see more games in Raccoon City. There have been some leaks by Dusk Column that apparently they're not fully done with certain eras. If at any point now, Capcom is more not as focused on a singular timeline. It's not just next game, next game, next game. They basically said, all right, if we want to do a game set before Raccoon City or in the Spencer Mansion or whatever, we don't care now. If it's fun, if it fits the story, we're fine with it. We'll do whatever we want. I kind of want to see a fully open world Fall of Raccoon City game at some point, right? Where we actually get to like be the police force and go around and actually see the downfall as it's happening. Like, man, that would be crazy.
Kind of cool. That would be kind of cool.
I sincerely hope they make a worthy remake of Resident Evil Code Veronica. I really wish they'd explore the Ashfords more. For what it's worth, what I've heard a few times now, actually, Code Veronica remake not only is being handled by a lot of the same people as RE2 and RE4, but it's being treated as a big budget mainline Resident Evil.
I mean, it's gonna fucking sell. Code Veronica is gonna fuck. I'm gonna be one of those people who gonna be. Sorry to say, sorry for that. Day one, buying the motherfucking game. Ooh, got the hiccups.
In every single way. Oh man. Now, here's the last tweet, and I feel like I'm 50-50 on this. The info is that there's no Resident Evil 5 remake in development right now. I personally think if a fan demand continues to be high and all things align, it's definitely possible it could happen in the future. But at this moment, the only things being remade is Code Veronica and Resident Evil 0. Now, this is the thing, is that I feel like as much as I like Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 5 would have to be completely reinvented. Dusk Golem has been doing these leaks that essentially, in a lot of ways, Capcom is basically trying to find a way to make more stuff that is out of typical order. More spin-offs, more weirdness, more like sort of standalone DLC stuff. And in a way, as much as I love Resident Evil 5, it is the game I feel like that's more and more fitting the timeline the least. It is too silly. it is too out there. It's too co-op, I think, in some ways, right? If we get a Resident Evil 5 remake, I don't think it's going to even be called Resident Evil 5. I may think they may just end up call it like the final mission of Chris or something super dramatic, right? Something to just basically still make it Resident Evil 5, but you can remake every part of it and it still fits the world. How do you feel about this? Are you excited for Resident Evil Code Veronica remake? It was funny because I actually
hit him right on the fucking ear.
Saw this originally on Reddit and people were freaking the heck out. Code Veronica.
Okay, so let's move on there. So yeah, Resident Evil Code Veronica, if it do come out, I will be playing it. I will be buying it. I don't care if it costs $1,000. I will definitely. There are games that you don't care. As long as they make it and they make it good. If it's going as well as they're saying it's going, then yes, I will be picking this game up. I will be buying the collector edition if they come with a cool statue of freaking Claire Redfield, of course. But Steve, now that he fucking pointed out, remember Steve? Oh God, it was a pain in my booty. But anyway, let's go and move on here. See
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. Well, the game keycard situation around the Switch 2 continues to evolve. Now, with a game that's set for its grand reveal here pretty soon, having some stuff leak out showing that they are using the 64GB cartridge, and the part that makes this so interesting, this would be the cheapest 64GB cartridge for the Switch 2 that we've seen so far, and that's brought up a lot of questions. We'll go over that here today. Also, we are going to be talking about a major shakeup at Sony and Bungie with a bit of a change there at the leadership position, and we also have a big reveal that's been lined up now through different rumors for a major Microsoft franchise, one that people have been calling for to finally make the move to Japan, and it looks like they're set to do that. So we'll go over that here today. Guys, if you enjoy these videos, make sure you hit the down the join button, and we're about to talk about Sony and Bungie later on the show. This isn't necessarily what they wanted to see. What looks like another extraction type shooter. This we can see posted over on VGC.
Division
they also have
Survivor.
the entire roadmap that was released by Ubisoft, where they say Survivors is described as a survival extraction experience and
Wait. Wait. Are you telling me they are bringing the Division 2 and they're bringing Survivor mode back from Division 1? Yo, I'm in. I've been waiting for something juicy for Division 2, and I feel like Division 2 is just died down for me. And I got a bad fucking ass fucking character. My character's armed to the fucking teeth. And I mean, hopefully they kind of do things. I mean, Survivor, you gotta start from scratch anyway. You don't just with your character, you just start from scratch. You go in, and I don't know how they're gonna do it. Maybe they do it the same way. But Survivor is pretty much just kind of gotta run around. It's cold weather, gotta find a jacket, gotta find shoes, gotta find this, gotta find that, and then you kind of survive as you go. That would be cool. That kind of give you something else on that game again.
is set to be released next year.
Okay.
Now, along with their post-release calendar, their roadmap that you can see with this Survivors mode releasing in 2026, we also have the next big Division game that's been announced. However, that seems to be still a ways off right now. So this coming out next year, which is, I mean, going to be, I assume, within proximity of
10 years anniversary. Why they don't do a freaking PlayStation 5 update? You still play on the PlayStation 5, you still playing the PlayStation 4 version of the game with the PlayStation graphic or whatever. Like they do some bump up into the graphic into it. I don't know, like some spec on it. Resurgent, close tests.
Of Marathon does not bode well for Sony or Bungie, because this is a game that already has a built-in audience. I mean, the Division 2 is going to be 10 years old or something, which is crazy to think about. So you already have people who are well versed in the game, and then you just give them another mode like this that still plays directly into that Division universe.
The one thing that I hate about the Division, and like I mentioned way earlier in the stream earlier today, all games should have cross save, and I wish I can bring my save from my PlayStation into my PC in any platform. They should fucking do this. Everybody need to have a mandatory way of transferring over your fucking save from any console.
I mean, that's tough for Marathon, who obviously was developing towards what was a quieter sector with the extraction shooter years ago, and now has been building and building and building.
I'm sorry to pause this, and especially because of Division, it's somewhat like Destiny. You don't have access to your save. You just can log into your account, and then you can be able to transfer your save. So Ubisoft, what the fuck? What the fuck, Ubisoft? Why can't I just log into my account and have it on PC? What the fuck, Ubisoft? Come on.
And now it's getting kind of crowded for what I assume to be a player base that's not necessarily large enough to hold up all these games at once. Also, it looks like we will be getting that release date or release timing for Skate with its early access. We can see this over on their official account. August 27th is that, I don't know if they're going to do that. I mean, they also gave Eastern. We're about to talk about reviews on a game coming actually pretty soon.
Enter a world where every battle counts. Disorder is the roguelite dungeon crawler that turns every defeat into progress. No challenge is wasted, and every attempt earns resources you can use for permanent upgrades, ensuring you return stronger and more prepared than ever before. The chaos deepens with the arrival of two brand new characters in a free DLC update: a ranged specialist who dominates the battlefield with firearms, and a tactical fighter who commands swarms of drones to dismantle enemies from every angle. Unlike tense one-on-one duels, Disorder is all about unleashing devastating hack-and-slash action. Customize and upgrade your favorite skills, chain abilities together, and carve your own path through endless waves of foes. Whether you're playing on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, or PC, which does include full support for Steam Deck, the fight is always within reach. Check out Disorder today by clicking the link in the description below and start
the quick news out of the way. Let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's start right away with this game keycard situation that, I mean, the conversation around this continues on with a lot of backlash, at least from the online community. And not everyone. Some people are fine with it, or some people are just all digital anyway, so what do they care? But the collectors out there are very, very vocal around these game key cards because it's tied completely to a server, and all it is a little authentication key. You got to download the rest and store it on your system anyway, so it is kind of, okay, if I'm not necessarily planning to sell this because I'm collecting it, like what's the point in even buying a game key card? Well, it does seem like some publishers and companies are noticing some of the backlash, and in some cases, you could use it as marketing, which we've seen CD Projekt do, and actually kind of Sega as they're doing with Sonic Crossworlds just later on. Well, now we could be seeing another game come out on the 64GB cartridge, but maybe being the cheapest release yet. This we can see is posted. This is over on Nintendo Life, saying a new listing has recently popped up on the Canadian website Video Game Plus, and according to the description, the full game is on the cartridge. So they say that this title is being distributed with the help of PM Studios, but take a look. Yooka-Ree-Playly. Now, VGP, they're pretty good about this, just trying to keep an eye out.
Oh, so it's going to be released at $50.
To see what games are all there on the cartridge, all there on the disc. Remember we went that whole Grand Theft Auto situation where it was getting a reissue, and they were on top of it checking to see if that was something that was maybe getting reissued to be on the cartridge. It wasn't, by the way, so there you go. But they do say Nintendo Switch 2 full game on cartridge, and I'm trying to figure out, are they going by the box art here because there's nothing that clearly labels it as a game key card? Because if so, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. It could be an early box art that's just out there as a placeholder, and then they'll come back and fix it later on because it's $50. So it's $70 in Canada, $50 in the US. The cheapest game key card we've seen, or game on a 64GB cartridge, that's not a game key card, up to this point, was Mortal Kombat, the Legacy Collection. That was $60, $10 more than the other versions. This, though, at $50, is price parity with the PS5 and the Xbox Series. That is somewhat surprising here. All right. And I'm very curious how they'd be pulling that off, because I don't know if it's, I'm trying to think, you start to do the math and you're like, okay, a $16 cartridge is kind of the estimate right now. Then you go, okay, 30% for Nintendo, and any of the other logistics around box art and you start to do the math. You're like, wow, there's really not much at all left over for them when you get down to it. Is this really the case? Well, right now we have to kind of wait a bit, because the Mix Fall Showcase that's on August 29th here, okay, so later this week, that apparently is when they will give the next major update, that being Playtonic Games, about Yooka-Free Playly. So they've already told us that it's...
That's what I said earlier about the 30%. So instead of Nintendo charging us or charging the developers $15, $16 per the 64 gigs, they should just charge $5 maybe, or maybe less. And also they get the 30%. I know the 30% is not going to be much. So let me take a quick look here, right? Let's say, nope, wrong. There we go. So let's say, okay, in this case, it's $50, right? So Nintendo, no. Okay, there we go. There we go. So Nintendo will give from the $50, they will get $17.50 plus, let's say 15. That will be $32. They will get $32 fucking dollars. So this company, let's say they give Nintendo 30%, plus they go with the $15 for the cartridge. They only walking home with $17.50. Nintendo is getting most of the profit here. That is fucking ridiculous. No, that should be straight up illegal. No. No, and yeah, no. And then, like you said, like the packaging and the paper and stuff like that, whatever. Let's take another, I don't know, $5 from that, give or take. Let's just take $5 off, right? Just for shits and giggles. We're looking at $12.50. So the game technically is they are getting by $12.50. But let's say this is a million copy. So they get $12 million, $12.50, $12.5 million back. So that was $12 million. And that's not including the taxes afterwards they have to pay. So now the 12.5 million is go down more. God damn. God fucking damn. Still, that's in a couple of millions that they don't have. Yes. I guess. Whatever.
Content complete, and they're going back and they're doing some bug fixes and polishing just to make sure that it's good to go. So hey, if that's the case, and because it's based on Yooka-Laylee, this is kind of like their, I don't know, I guess a remaster, remake. They're going back and they're trying to refine and do a big re-release for the game. Essentially, there might not even be that many updates on day one anyway. So if they do get it on a cartridge, that would be awesome. Just to have it all there on the cart, not some weird game key card. But based on what we've seen so far, this doesn't make a lot of sense to go with the cartridge when it comes just the cost side. It also still just being at $50. So a lot of questions here going into the 29th when they have their big reveal for this game. And I'll certainly be paying attention.
The only thing I will be okay with if Nintendo say, okay, if you go with the full cartridge, you don't pay us the 30%. Right? For the physical. You don't pay us the 30% on physical. You only pay us the 30% for your digital sales. So whenever anyone buy a digital version of your game, that's when we take a 30%. You can leave the game in digital the same price as physical, but we take our 30% on that end. But on physical, we only take the amount for the cartridge. That's pretty much it. We just take the whatever the cartridge is. So it's almost like 30%. Almost. Not exactly, but almost. And we can kind of take that. I can kind of see that working. Let me see here. So instead of after everything is said and done, let's say they only take this will be $35, right? If it's 50, so say 30. They say 15, so $35. And then the other thing will be down to $30. Let's say they're -5, and then minus the taxes afterwards. Yeah, but still, the numbers go up a little more. The number will go up a little more. So the only thing is, as I said, Nintendo just charge for the $15 for the cartridge. 30% only, you get it from digital sales. But the physical, you don't get any 30%. You don't get a 30% from there.
That would be keeping you guys up to date, because if we just see more and more of just full-on cartridges enter the scene on the Switch 2, maybe we can start to see the game key card just become less and less common. I don't think it'll ever go away, because, I mean, if a game comes out and it's 80 or 90 gigabytes, there's really not much you can do at that point. It's probably going on a game key card, or it's a code in a box. But if a game comes out and it's 10 gigabytes or 20 gigabytes, anything under 64, you would like to just see it be on that full cartridge. So for now, we'll wait and see what Yooka Replayly has in.
Maybe the cartridge is gonna start getting cheaper quick enough. Then Nintendo starts charging the 15. They're gonna say, we're just not gonna charge you anymore, and take the 30%. We're not gonna fucking charge you for the cartridge. We just take the 30% of the sales or whatever.
In store later this week. Next up, let's talk about a big game coming out this week, one that I'm really looking forward to, and that's Metal Gear Solid Delta, as reviews did drop right at the end of last week on Friday, and I was keeping an eye on them to see where we'd land. I was thinking mid to high 80s, and it's right in that neighborhood. So if we take a look over on Metacritic, currently sitting at an 86 on the PlayStation 5. That was the most reviewed platform. The second reviewed platform was PC. That's sitting at an 85. So again, right in there, mid 80s. And for the most part, from the reviews that I was going through, it comes down to, hey, do you like Metal Gear Solid 3? Well, you're probably going to like Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta in the sense that it is, I mean, it's a one-to-one remake. It's not some weird situation. Some people were concerned when we first heard about this project that they would do a reimagining. No, this is very much kind of one-to-one. Now, there are still some things that they've done when it comes to quality of life improvements, and clearly you can see the visuals. They look significantly better just going up to Unreal Engine 5 and just stronger hardware. Although there have been some discussions around some of the artistic vision maybe being lost a bit going up to the more photorealistic style. But I still think, for the most part, it looks awesome in motion from a lot of the reviews. I was kind of careful with this one, all right? Because while I've played through Metal Gear Solid 3 on the PS2, and even in some of the most recent collections and stuff they did, even going back to the old days of the Vita or the Xbox 360, I still don't, I want to see a lot of these scenes for the first time with this full remake. Just myself, right? So I checked out Digital Foundry because there was a lot of discussion around that too, since the performance seemed to take center stage around this game, which is kind of unfortunate because it's Metal Gear Solid Delta. It's a remake of arguably one of the greatest games ever made. But it was about Unreal Engine and how the frame rate was all over the place in many instances. I mean, they mostly focused around the first encampment that you come up to, and you can see the frame rate dipping even on the PS5 Pro at times below the base PS5. And apparently that's because the PS5 Pro targets a higher rendering resolution, and there's no way to change back and forth on that. It's just the PS5 Pro, you have one mode and that's it. And unfortunately, because of that, it ends up tanking frame rate below what's a lower resolution PS5 in performance mode. And when I say frame rate all over the place, there are times where it's still within that VRR window, so it's going to be less noticeable, but there are also times where it drops from 60 to 30 in the matter of a couple of seconds, and that is jarring. So things exploding on screen, all of a sudden it's going to look like it goes into kind of slow motion there, and it's unfortunate. It definitely puts a damper on what should be a very exciting game, a remake like this, and it's still exciting. I'm still ready to go through it and check it out, but it is going to be that thing that's like, yep, there's the slowdown on my, well, now $750 PS5 Pro, so it'll just kind of tick at you here and there as you're playing through. But again, I'm excited to go through it. It's one of those situations though where it's like, okay, here comes Metal Gear Solid Delta. We should see Lost Soul Aside reviews coming up soon as well, and then we get into September and it's just, man, it's just one game after the other. Finding the time it's gonna be tough. Next up, let's talk about a major shakeup at Sony and Bungie. Shocking that there are changes happening at Bungie, right? After how...
I don't know if it's true, but I kind of saw a rumor, or maybe I saw a tweet or something, that the CEO of Bungie got fired by Sony. Sony fired the Bungie CEO, or whoever is the main head of Bungie.
Successful things have gone for, hasn't been great really since Sony acquired them. It's been tough for Sony with Bungie because, well, they're realizing that it probably wasn't the greatest acquisition with how much money Bungie seems to be burning constantly. Well, now we have a shakeup at the top, which probably, again, isn't that surprising. We can see this, though. This over on Eurogamer saying Bungie CEO Pete Parsons has stepped down from his position after over 2 decades at the studio.
He didn't get fired. He stepped down for maybe some kind of political bullshit.
Quote, I am deeply proud of the worlds we've built together and the millions of players who call them home. And most of all, I am privileged by the opportunity to work alongside the incredible minds at Bungie. When I was asked to lead Bungie in 2015, my goal was to grow us into a studio capable of creating and sustaining iconic, generation-spanning entertainment. We've been through so much together. We launched a bold new chapter for Destiny, built an enviable, independent live ops organization capable of creating and publishing its own games, and joined the incredible family at Sony Interactive Entertainment. Parsons will be succeeded as CEO by Justin Truman, who spent 15 years at Bungie. Now, I was kind of laughing a little bit at that last part where he mentions the acquisition of Sony being one of the highlights. Okay, so yes, they joined the PlayStation Studios family, but they were supposed to be independent. Now they're really joining the PlayStation Studios family, as in they're losing their independence and they're kind of being cycled now into, they're being absorbed by Sony at this point. And while you can look at this and say, yeah, he's being ousted, honestly, you look at this and he might be saying, well, I've been here long enough after the acquisition to where my vesting period or whatever has matured, and
you can't take it someplace else.
I can kind of just get paid out and leave. The golden parachute rule in effect here. So if you're him and all that's lined up for you right there, you just have to walk through the door, you probably take it and then go retire or go do whatever. I mean, I know he wasn't exactly well liked from what I saw by many ex-employees online and just kind of the internet at large. A lot of time, the classic car comments, like weird stuff, right? So again, if you're him and you just leave and get a bunch of money on the way out, and I mean, then you can kind of do whatever you want. Yeah, you probably take that, and I get why he's pointing out the Bungie to Sony acquisition. That probably would be a highlight of your career at that point, since you got Sony to pay out over $3 billion for Bungie, and, well, they're not looking back on that very fondly at this time, and that seems like you got a lot of money out of the deal, so there you go. Pete Parsons moving on. What does this mean for Bungie? Who really knows at this point, because the people running the show aren't at Bungie, they're at Sony. And in our last bit of news, let's talk about Forza Horizon 6, because we had looked at there was a post that was deleted off of Instagram, and it seemed like some people from Forza team or whatever taking pictures of K-cars, and it kind of lined up with the idea of, oh, maybe Horizon 6 is going to Japan for its setting, but it wasn't necessarily concrete, because it could have been for DLC down the road or just different cars in general for Forza Horizon 6. Well, now Windows Central has seen official, widely circulated documents strongly suggesting that Forza Horizon 6 is actually being planned to be announced during 2025's Tokyo Game Show, an annual gaming-focused conference kicking off in Japan toward the end of September. So this would be the last week completely in September, and we should see Microsoft usually they go out there for Tokyo Game Show. They'll have some sort of presentation.
Yeah, this is a Microsoft
This lines
studio.
up as a big announcement then for Tokyo Game Show. In fact, Windows Central goes on to say this year's TGS, Tokyo Game Show, is set to be the largest in the event's history, and Xbox has already confirmed it'll be attending and announcing. With the Tokyo Game Show focused on the Japanese gaming market, choosing to reveal Forza Horizon 6 here rather than at events like Gamescom.
You know what studio that I've wished that Microsoft would have gone after? It will be Game Science. I know a lot of people will say fuck no, but I think so because that game Black Myth Wukong, the Black Myth series would have been the Microsoft what you call it? Microsoft God of War in a way. Not as specific, but you know what I mean? Like it could have been like equivalent because that game, that series right now, that Black Myth Wukong is an amazing for me. I played that game multiple freaking time, back after back after back. My character is too damn beast of a beast. I did everything perfectly so I can get all the secret endings, all the secret everything. That was a game last year, and this year was freaking Expedition 33. 2 years back to back, 24 and 25 were two amazing gaming year for me. Especially, I know some people don't like what happened to Monster Hunter, but Monster Hunter Wild was amazing to me. It came out right on my birthday. That's when I started streaming, and so far I have not gone back. That time that I really get mad about streaming because it's kind of hard to kind of get an audience properly, but at the same time, has been an amazing experience to kind of learn and grow as you go. And Monster Hunter Wild was my stepping stone into streaming, and then Expedition 33 was my second stepping stone after that, my second step, and I loved it.
Only makes sense if the game is in fact set in Japan, and this has the potential to be awesome. That's the thing. Forza Horizon 5 is very good. I mean, it was up there as a discussion for a game of the year nom, and it didn't get it because it's a racing game, and that's just kind of how it goes. You can be the highest rated game of the year, but you're a racing game. So too bad. That really was the message that was kind of sent that year. It's reached a ton of people, tens of millions of people have played the game. And then you go back to Forza Horizon 4, quality release. So you kind of see their pedigree that they've built up over the last several releases. And they're going to Japan, which should be awesome just in general for car enthusiasts, the car culture there, especially if they go through the entire history. And this will kind of feel like it's really placing it next to Gran Turismo, which also very successful for Sony. Not quite as successful, even with the latest release that's done well, as Forza Horizon 5. So this is quite interesting.
If Gran Turismo come to Xbox and PC, they will be making a fucking killing. I'm telling you, especially PC. Especially because in the PlayStation, this is what I'm talking about PC. But let me get especially with a VR. Because PlayStation 5 you can play Gran Turismo VR and it looks amazing and it plays amazing. And especially if you have a racing sim, I do. I won't be able to see it and again here because I have a very small setup here. So when I go home finally in October, I'll finally set up I'll be able to do that. I'll be able to do racing games and do VR and stuff like that. Because that's why I want to take my basement and set it up so I can be able to do VR too. So y'all can be able to see me stream and play some VR game and get my ass busted or whatever. But anyhow, if Sony allow Grand Theft Auto to come to PC and bring the VR, allow it to come to VR, yeah, that would be fucking awesome. That would be freaking awesome. Be able to do Gran Turismo on PC and also do VR. Yes, they need to release it also on an Xbox, and it just need to. Just like Xbox from for Forza to PlayStation, do the vice versa. Put it up there. You're gonna be making money.
Forza Horizon 6 showing up here in about a month. according to this,
one of the best.
with a big announcement that they'll be setting their sights on Japan for the setting of a game that, according to Nate over on his X account, he mentioned first half of 2026 seems to be the plan. Next year, though, keep in mind, we are going into the 25th anniversary of the Xbox brand overall. This would be a big announcement. Fable would be a big release. A new Halo game.
Yo, we've been waiting for Fable since the beginning of this fucking console generation. You're like, what the fuck happened to Fable? I almost forgot about Fable. And don't get me started with the freaking game. Whatchamacallit, Beyond Evil. Where the fuck is Beyond Evil 2? That game should have come out years ago. It was announced back in 2017, maybe, give or take. But what the fuck is that game? What the fuck is the game? I'm gonna fucking try and look it up real quick. The trailer for it.
Even if it's a remake of the first one would be a big release, Gears of War E-Day, you kind of go down the list and you're like, wow, Microsoft could have an incredible 2026, and we'll just see if all the pieces fall into place for that. But what a way to get things started if indeed Forza Horizon 6 goes to Japan and that lands in the first half of 2026, meaning we'd be less than a year away from all of that happening. That's good stuff. We'll keep an eye on this, see if they have any teasing that they want to do going into Tokyo Game Show when they make that announcement. And before we go to the comment of the day, we'll take a look at the poll that I posted up yesterday, where I ask, have you played Forza Horizon?
Okay, switch the mood a little bit. This motherfucking game, Ubisoft. What the fuck is it? I was right. 2017, right there.
Where's
E3.
your master?
Where the fuck is this game?
Domesticated.
Hey, the fuck? I ain't got no master, but I do have your little toy.
Show me the idol. Show me the redeemer.
Here you go, mate.
Yo, mate. That character, the monkey.
Hand it over. I got a hot date who don't do late.
Hot date, they don't do late.
Monkey's got a date.
Mwah.
What? What?
What? That's Swiss fucking chocolate, pig. Bon appetito. Petito.
I want every fucking cop in this fucking city after that fucking bastard!
Grab my chassis, Noxie!
Fun fact. I don't know if anybody knows this, but the development of this game is so crazy that the developer went as far. Look, if you make music, if you make art, graffiti, anything, we have a website. You can go ahead and bring all of your upload your stuff in there to kind of, if it does match with the world, we will put your artwork in the game and you will be part of the credit. That is amazing. If your music kind of falls wherever it may fall with the because you can go from planet to planet, like No Man's Sky, but No Man's Sky is usually like animals or whatever. No. This thing is cities. Like you can see this whole city. This is one of the planet that you can just travel to. You're gonna see a fucking planet of wherever. You can fly to that planet. It will have a civilization, and you can enjoy and go anywhere in that civilization. This is how huge this game was and supposed to be. So I'm not sure what the heck happened because some of the demo that I've seen for this game. Oh my fucking God. This game easily could be 200 gigs, 300 gigs. And maybe that's why they haven't released it because it's too damn big. I mean, they could make it a lot less than that, but this is a ridiculous. Motherfuckers! Yo. Love this character.
Damn.
Where the fuck is this game? 2017. Where the fuck is this game? That music was sexy as hell. Where the fuck is this game? And this is your master ship. This is ship inside a ship inside a ship. And this is not even the biggest ship.
About bloody time. Let's see what we've got. Moksha.
Beyond good and evil.
Just as Yama described it. True freedom lies beyond.
That is trying to give you like an idea of what you can do. And one of the things that you can do is basically go out of space. You can go from planet to planet. Like literally you can see, like you do in No Man's Sky. As you can travel into the atmosphere and go into the planet, you can kind of see how the ground grow, and then you can start seeing mountains. You do the same thing. But this one does it in a lot higher resolution, a lot higher fidelity, or whatever the word is. I can't even say it right now. And this is a prequel to the original Beyond Good and Evil. This isn't even... Where is this game? I'm telling you, this game is you sign up for a Space Monkey program. This program right here, you could, if you have like stickers or tattoos or graffiti artwork, original artwork that you made or whatever, you could just upload it. They will review it. If they like it, they will slap it somewhere in the game. As you're driving around, you will see your drawing somewhere in the game. Your music, you will hear in the background because the environment is alive. So let's say there's an NPC on a corner and you're driving on this hoverboard or this flying car or whatever, and you just stop around the market, you can hear the radio in the market, and maybe your music you just made in your basement could be playing there. And at the end, of course, when everything comes out and people want to buy the soundtrack, you get your cut from it, and your name will be on the credit as part of helping development of this game, because they want to make this as into a big breathing environment, world, universe, not just at this little level. No, this is entire fucking universe. Imagine Borderland on crack. Instead of being in one planet going whatever in Pandora, now you got multiple fucking planets you can travel to, but a lot bigger. And this is my sentiment. Where the hell is this game? That was 2 months ago. Let's see if I can find a gameplay, because there was a gameplay with the developers. It was like 20-minute long gameplay.
Beyond Good and Evil 2 is massive, and traversing its open star system is completely seamless whether you're on foot, in vehicles, or in space. You play as a customizable space pirate captain who carries a sword, a gun, and a jetpack as basic equipment. Your character and weapons can also be enhanced with augments, which grant special abilities and let you experiment with different effects in combat. Trapping foes in a time-slowing bubble, for example, or freezing them in place with chained electricity. Enemies can also use augments, like these scientists who can heal their soldier buddies with augmented bullets, so you'll want to get a close look at who's carrying what and plan your strategy accordingly. In order to see what your enemies have equipped, you'll need your spyglass, which displays the stats, skills, and augments of other characters, as well as revealing more details about locations and points of interest, even from...
Look at this. You're in outer space on the top of a freaking wing of a ship. You can see all the land that you can travel, investigate, cave or anything. Look at another planet out there.
Space. It's a key part of recruiting, too. Take a close look at an NPC with your spyglass, and you'll see if they have any skills worth adding to your space pirate crew. Of course, your crew isn't the only company you can bring along. Beyond Good and Evil 2 is an online game, and while you can play solo, co-op buddies can jump in or out at any time. You won't be tethered together either, and if you want to wander off and explore while another player does their own thing...
I just spoke about this for Elden Ring. Be able to jump into Elden Ring together as your friend and be able to explore the same world together. You can go that way, he can go that way, be able to do that together in Elden Ring. Oh my God, it would be so fucking amazing. Oh, we'll get back together, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you're free to do so. Welcome to...
So, this is what I mean, like,
Ganesha City, a dense, vertically built metropolis where the rich live at the top and the poor huddle in shanty towns built into the sides of the city's foundations. It's sprawling and richly detailed and...
See, like this right here. See, like that drawing? Let's say you made it. And they had a spot in a wall that's empty. They don't know what the fuck. They will slap your artwork in there. And then you'll be part of the credit.
It's just one small corner of a moon called Soma, itself just a small piece of Beyond Good.
Look at this. Look at the solar system here. Come on. You see all the little dots are places you can travel to within this planet only.
Good and Evil 2's gigantic...
Look at this fucking planet here. There's another one there.
Open world. It's also built for aerial...
So now imagine the Space Ninja game, Warframe. Warframe has a kind of similar thing. You can zoom out and see different planets you can go to. But now that into 10 times bigger with all the, you had all the solar system, but now you extended it way more.
Real exploration. So in addition to your jetpack, you'll have access to a wide selection of flying vehicles. Any vehicle you see can be commandeered and driven, and they can all tune into Radio Cheetah, a station by space pirates for space pirates. You'll also be able to
And the radio station that he's talking about is basically, like I mentioned earlier, the same thing as the artwork. If you have music, they will add it to those stations so you can listen to. It will be random Joe, Joe Doe radio station. Some kid in Texas made the thing 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago. Now you're listening for the fucking first time.
Fully customize your own rides, swapping out modules, wings, engines, equipment, and cosmetic options to tailor your machines to look good and hold their own in a fight. You'll need special equipment or skills to take on larger vessels, but your fighter ships are agile, able to execute...
Just as you fighting, you can see the outer ring of the fucking planet out there. You can see this fucking planet. You can see that. And you can just fly right out from here directly over there.
Special equipment or skills to take on larger vessels, but your fighter ships are agile, able to execute barrel rolls, lock onto targets with homing missiles, and dogfight with police if you inadvertently break some city law like flying too close to a major tourist attraction or robbing a bank. And like your weapons, ships can be equipped with augments, enabling you to do things like firing healing missiles at your co-op partners.
Come on.
Your ships are also capable of hitting extreme speeds, covering thousands of kilometers in a matter of seconds. This is essential for getting around planets in a hurry, as well as for flying out into orbit to rendezvous with your mothership, a huge vessel that serves as your home base.
Look at that.
Even out here in orbit, you can seamlessly transition from piloting a ship to spacewalking with a nano spacesuit to protect you from the vacuum. Popping out of the cockpit
and for people to get an idea about the nanosuit, if you see the movie Guardian of the Galaxy, especially Guardian of the Galaxy 2, when Star-Lord killed his father, the planet Igor, and his adopted father, I forgot the name, the one with the mohawk, he was spilling with a little needle. He grabs them and takes them up, and then he takes the thing, he put it on him, and he get a little shield over his body so you don't die in space. That's what she's kind of wearing.
And into the cold abyss of space allows you to use your spyglass to investigate a planet, peering down at treasure-hiding geoglyphs, cities, and settlements, all of which are still buzzing with activity far below you, enabling your co-op partner to explore and interact normally with city life.
Do you imagine that? You're in space, looking down, while your buddy's is in that area in the planet, doing what the fuck you want, or he's doing.
Life even when you're this far apart. Alternately, you can switch over to the universe map, a fully 3D rendering of System 3 that can be zoomed in and out to give you an overview of everything from close-ups of a planet's surface to the continuously orbiting layout of the entire system. For more, watch the full Beyond Good and Evil 2 live stream linked in the description below. And to find out more as it develops, be sure to subscribe to this channel and visit us at news.ubisoft.com.
Where the fuck is this game? Is it that we have not built enough technology enough to make this? I'm thinking we got the 5090 out. The 5000 ships out. They should be able to handle these. It should be able to handle these. They should be able to help with the rendering, with the AI stuff building into those GPUs now to help render this with some of the system. Like my computer has 128 gigs of memory. I have over 12 gigs of hard drive space, give or take. Terabyte. 12 terabyte of hard drive space. So I got a lot of fucking memory and space storage. What the fuck? Where is this game? This is one of, where are you? Let's go ahead and look at this one. It was 2 months ago. Someone made this video about this 2 months ago.
I'll answer the question. Where the hell is Beyond Good and Evil 2? Let's get into it. As Beyond Good and Evil 2 still remains in development. I know you're shocked just as much as I am. I can't believe this game hasn't been canceled. Will we ever see Beyond Good and Evil 2 really becomes one of the biggest questions. Ubisoft, known for taking their sweet...
Look at this fucking environment. This is CG, but imagine doing this in real time.
Sometimes when it comes to these games. Remember the good old game? I don't know if I call it good old, but Skull and Bones. It eventually released after being in development for well over a decade. And it seems Beyond Good and Evil 2 is in the same boat. Had to. Beyond Good and Evil 2 has been in development for 17 years. It's crazy to think of how long that's been going. Initial announcement was early 2008. The game was first teased at Ubi Days back in 2008 with a cinematic trailer, but little progress was shown for nearly a decade. Development was paused at Ubisoft Multiplayer, focused on other projects instead, like Rayman Legends in 2013. Early trailer 2009 suggested a narrative sequel to the original Beyond Good and Evil, which released in 2003, but the project was later reimagined as a prequel. Michel Ancel, the original game's creator, led the project by conflicting reports about its status and rumors of cancellation surfaced during the time period that he was there. I say he was there because he's no longer there, but we'll get to that in a minute. Back at E3 2017, rest in peace to E3. We all know that's gone now.
Yeah.
Ubisoft re-revealed Beyond Good and Evil 2 with a cinematic trailer showcasing a vibrant, open-world prequel set in System 3, featuring space piracy and cooperative gameplay. A pre-alpha demo was shown at E3 2018, following a huge exploration and co-op mechanics.
This guy has done his homework, and like I do too. Like I know everything about this whole project, everything about this whole fucking project. I've been following this project for fucking years, and I have to remind my boys, yo guys, don't forget about this game. It's coming out sometime. Hopefully, it does. I'm just mad that Ubisoft is taking forever to release this.
The game looked awesome, but it's still yet to be released. Definitely seen some personnel changes and some huge setbacks. In 2020, Michel Ancel left Ubisoft amid allegations of toxic management, which reportedly disrupted development. Imagine that. French reports claim that Ancel's frequent changes to the game's vision caused instability. In July of 2023, creative director Emile Morel died suddenly at age 40. My goodness, you couldn't have a more troubled project, could we? A 2023 report noted that Ubisoft Multiplayer faced a labor investigation due to unprecedented development burnout, highlighting internal struggles. In 2022, reported by Bloomberg, indicated the game still in pre-production suggested significant reboots or even restarts. Not good. Over the years, however, Ubisoft has constantly reaffirmed the game's active development, with updates back in June 2024 and October 2024.
You see, earlier, when you can get your ship into your mothership, and I mentioned that's not the fucking biggest, and that's huge. You could walk this thing, and this is big. But look at this shit back there.
Confirming its past internal milestones with positive feedback from Ubisoft. The Beyond Good and Evil 20th edition was released in June 2024. Many were speculating at the time that this could have been a look.
That's the original. This is the original. They came out a long time ago.
Lead up into Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I was a fucking kid.
But as you all know as much as I do, we have yet to see a damn thing. Back in October of 2024, Ubisoft confirmed new developers, including staff from Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, were assigned to the project under Fozzie Mesmer's appointment aimed to stabilize the direction, who is also now their new creative director. As of right now, Beyond Good and Evil 2 still remains in active development over at Ubisoft Multiplayer. However, time will tell. The project is stated to be found its new footing as it passed the internal testing over in 2024 with a new leadership as Fozzie. So time will definitely see if this is in the right direction. Ubisoft did release Skull and Bones, which was over a development hell process with 10 years behind that game. Now we've been 17 years, almost coming up on 2 decades. I can't believe it either. This is absolutely freaking crazy. Will we ever see Beyond Good and Evil 2? I hope so. That trailer did look cool. Opportunities are there. Beyond Good and Evil 1 has a cult following. It's only a matter of time if we could actually see what is happening. I've reached out to my contacts. We'll find out if I get any more news. If I can hear anything at all, you'll be the first to know. I'll answer the question.
This is one of those games that I've been waiting for fucking years. As he mentioned, 17 years in development. Back and forth, cancellation, reboot, redo, rechange, people passing away before the fucking game being made. I'm telling you, this game needs to be perfect when it comes out. And it needs to be perfect or it's just gonna fail and it's gonna be millions of fucking dollars down the fucking drain. Trying to see what I can find. Nope. There was a big tech demo in the studio. It was not like in a place. It was a studio. One of the developers. They're basically showing you the characters, the movement, the environment. That's when he was talking about the website they have for people to go in and join the Space Monkey website and production. I even did too. I joined them, and you can go ahead and upload your work, put your stuff, and then you'll be part of the credit. So this way they can kind of bring some of this work faster, like make the world a more like a living environment. And that's something they announced on the E3. Shit, let me see. Oh, I think this is it.
Share with you that demonstration, which is a mix.
Yep, it was the guy that he was showing earlier who actually left.
Between a technological demonstration of the engine that we call Voyager, and the actual game with some gameplay elements. So here you can recognize the big mothership that was in the trailer. Of course, it's not the same level of quality. This is a work in progress assets. But again, we wanted to share all these materials with you. As you know, the game is in development. We still have a lot of things to do, but it's cool to share with you where we are on that spaceship part. So here, the mothership is like a home, a house for the player. That one is about 400 meters long, and you can have your crew inside, of course, your main character, but also your spaceships. So if you start in the game without anything, and you get your first spaceships, even if then later you have a larger spaceship, you can keep the smaller one into the big mothership. That's the same thing for the crew. If you start with 1 or 2 members in your crew, then you can have them in your big mothership later. That gameplay mechanic of what we call the Russian dolls, so bigger, smaller into the bigger, and then your characters, is very close to what we had, in fact, in Beyond Good and Evil 1, when the characters were getting out of the hovercraft.
Look at
this. So here we have that
give you a perspective,
monkey, which is my
give you the perspective of how big this thing is. That ship was inside the other one.
Playable main character here, but of course in that game, you can select your character and create your own character. Just to give you a feeling of scale, that ship is about 20 meters long, and the other one, the mothership, is about 400 meters long. I'm going to go close to it so that you can see the size. So when we have large spaceships like that, the good thing, the interesting thing is that they are a real level of gameplay. You can go inside. We have interiors for those big ingredients.
So 20 meters was like 65 feet long for the other ship, and the big one is 400 meters. So it's a slight 1,300 feet.
So imagine I'm at the beginning of the game. I'm starting the game. I have nothing, but I am like like in Beyond Good and Evil 1, you start without anything. And you have to get some money to like level up and get your first vehicles. So imagine I'm just delivering pizzas here. It's like a side quest or just a way among many to get some money. I'm delivering pizzas to those guys. So imagine it's not my spaceship. That's the beginning of the game. And this could be an interesting way to trigger the first ingredients of the adventure, because the spaceship is a playable interior. You can get inside.
I just wonder. Oh, he's scratching his ass. I wonder if he's playing it on a console here. He's using an Xbox. He could be playing it on a PC. What system is running this? Because I can tell, like the ship, all this is a low poly anyway, and the textures are pretty. They look good, but they're not high quality anyway.
Inside, you can sell your pizza, and then instead of getting out of the ship, you could decide to explore the ship, and why not discover that there is some slavery, some human trafficking, and things like that. The good thing is that in Beyond Good and Evil 2, like in the first episode, you can take pictures. So if I'm taking a picture of evidence of the things I'm seeing in the game, then I can share those pictures with the guys in the city, for example, and then I can trigger discussions with those guys based on the picture I took. So that's a very interesting mechanic that can create that feeling that you can explore everything and you can gather informations and share those informations with NPCs, but also between players. Another very interesting thing here is the feeling of scale. Here we know that the players, they will explore everything. They will want to go everywhere. So we need to handle large scale ingredients, like that huge statue, where you can go very close to it and you can look at all the details on the statues. And of course, you can go inside of this kind of statue, and you can also
This is cool. Come on. And we talking about this is back in 2017, 2018, give or take, when they're showing this. This is 2017. With the technology that we had back then to what we have now, how much we have improved. especially in graphic performance and
top of it, I just want to show you
this game. Whatever it looks back then to just release now, it will look amazing right now. But I mean, like, not to worry about updating graphics. Just release it as is, for example, like it is. It would have done amazing.
Something interesting about the scale and the feeling of
look at the
scale.
environment.
So I'm going to land on the top of the statue, and you will realize how big it is.
Trying to give it a perspective how small.
Here we have a wonderful vista. I want to show you. I'm going to go more in the
he's a PC
developer edition mode. I can
mode.
move the camera very easily, and you can really notice and understand the feeling of scale when you look at that little monkey on top of the big statue. This is just a part of the head of the statue, and you're already very small. And it's very interesting to understand the scale of things.
Look at this.
Here you see that the statue is really, really big. The statue is about 700 meters high. And the very interesting thing, again, is that, in fact, that statue, which is big, is just into a big city that is very small, in fact, compared to the continent here, the size of that big island, and which is a small part of a big planet. So you realize that you are just a little dot on that big planet, which is, in fact, just a small planet around the bigger one,
planet,
which is a small dot in the big universe. So when we started that technology, we thought that we needed to handle that feeling of scale and in a realistic way. Before going into details, we wanted to make sure that the engine was capable of handling this kind of thing. When you look at this sunset, it's not exactly a sunset made by artists. It's a
not only this, but this engine is able to handle that back in 2017. Imagine what Unreal Engine can probably do now. But this is not Unreal Engine. This is their own engine, in-house engine. But imagine if they been working with Unreal Engine and they will be on Unreal Engine 5 now with all this thing. And the only thing I have to do is just switch just a couple of names to whatever access they're using and then get it updated. And then using NanoMesh to have everything to have a way higher detail.
Really the combinations of physical ingredients, you know, the light that is changing depending on the atmosphere. So you can see here the different colors. And the fact that, of course, the planet is rotating around in space, around the big planet. So here I'm doing a kind of time lapse. I'm modifying the time so that you can understand better how it works. You see that everything is turning like in, you know, in a real solar system. So yes,
look
I'm
at this.
increasing
Look
the
at
speed.
this.
You see the night here with the cities. So another important thing is that you can, at any time, you can go everywhere. So if I'm going into another city, there is no loadings and things like that. Everything is seamless because it handles that big universe in a consistent way. There is no shit or things like that. You can really appreciate the point of view wherever you are. It will be the same mechanics. So that was one of the big features we wanted to make sure that we had before showing the game to the public, to everybody, so that we wanted to make sure that the technology was working and this big ambitious game was feasible. I'm going back to my spaceship. I want just to show you some gameplay ingredients. I'm going to change a little bit the time so that we have a bit more sun. Yeah. So that spaceship is very, very nice. It's very close to the Beluga we had in Beyond Good and Evil 1. It can handle very large speed, but it's also very easy to do loopings and trigger very fast movements. So it's a dogfighter. I can increase the speed. So this is a classic plane speed we have on Earth. We are about 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Tell me this is not.
But you can increase that speed dramatically, like this, for example, and you will see it. So the speed is increasing now. You see that it's about 5,000 kilometers per hour. Let's go back in the city so that we can really understand the speed. And I can increase the speed again. Whoa.
Look at that.
Use some tricks, movements, and then we are going to do a looping, for example. So you can combine anything, any movements, and the very nice thing too is that you can even increase the speed to 20,000 kilometers per hour, which is a lot. I'm going to try, to drift like that. So at any time you have the drifting mode, you have all these very interesting movements. But of course, the biggest things you want to do in this kind of situation is to go in space. So let's trigger higher speed. And you see this little effect around the spaceship is because of the friction of the atmosphere. If I don't increase my speed, there is no reason to have more friction. But if I'm increasing the speed, you will see that the effect is stronger. And same thing if I'm going very, very fast.
Look at this.
So depending on the quantity of the atmosphere, you can have a stronger effect.
Come on. Where the fuck is this game?
Until you start burning. But you see, with those very high speed, you can really travel very, very far and very fast. Just changing the time of the simulation so that we can appreciate.
I feel like that guy, that little meme
wonderful
with the guy with a
space.
credit card, slapping the
So
credit
if
card
I decide to
on
go
the
on this
table.
planet or the satellite, which is somewhere around there, I can go there seamlessly. And the further you are of the planet, the faster you can go because there's no more atmosphere, so no more friction. So here still have a little friction. But of course you can go back onto the planet whenever you want.
Where is this game?
A very interesting thing too is that there's a lot of biomes on the planet, like this desert, or you have frozen lands on the planet, different cities. So we don't want empty planets. We want planets with landmarks, with places to explore. There are mountains where you have some monks living there. So they are not empty, repetitive planets. The planets we aim to work on, to make our planets with life. And the planet itself is living somehow. For example, that planet has different, I would say, big biomes. Because that planet, as I told you, is a satellite of the bigger one, the one that is in the foreground. A part of that planet is protected, like the moon. Our moon is a part of the moon is protected by Earth from the big asteroid of the bigger one, the one that is in the foreground, is living somehow. For example, that
19,000 miles
has different,
kilometers.
I would say, big biome, protected, like from the big asteroids and meteorites. So here, that's exactly the same thing. The cities are built in the safe place where nothing is falling from space. But I will show you a bit later the opposite part of that planet, where you can have real-time giant meteorites, asteroids falling and modifying the planet's ground. The very interesting thing is that this kind of event is connected to the life on the planet. So that, yes, you've got those cities on the safe place, but once the big giant meteorites are falling on the other side of the planet, then you have the big companies that are sending the slaves on those very dangerous places. And a lot of slaves are dying trying to gather the meteorites goods, all the things that are falling from space and crashing. They are taking those rare materials and risking their life. So it's not just about the planet on one side and the story on the other one. The planet and the story are connected, and that's a very important thing for us. So again, let's look at that planet modification process. Okay, so now we are back on the other side of the planet, the side that is bombarded by meteorites. Here, we just want to showcase the ability that.
If you have never watched this, this is something to watch. This is a little insight of game development, or just a little bit, but man, this is one of those games that you just so excited to fucking play, but never comes out. And it hurts because it's like, yo, you know the shit you can do here, the stuff you can probably do, and hopefully they come up with a good idea. And supposedly he already left. You know what's leaving, and your baby never come out.
That we have in the engine to modify the whole planet in real time.
All the work you did.
So here, for example, imagine that you're flying over that region. You can have a huge meteorite falling in front of you, and you will have all these. There's one incredible effect on the planet, but also on the other spaceships. So that's a very important feature for Beyond Good and Evil. We want interactivity to be the heart of the whole experience, not just with character, not just with spaceships, but also
the environment,
with a
everything.
Big, huge planet. So thank you for watching that video. This is our first Space Monkey debrief. Many more will come, and we would love to have you leaving us your comments on this Space Monkey program site. So please comment, tell us what you think, and expect way more videos like that. Thank you very much.
Where are you? My God. It's just my fucking God. This is the we're watching this.
Bang, motherfuckers!
This is what happened afterwards to the release. Everybody like, yes, finally, it's coming out. This is when Ubisoft hit a home run. Everybody was super psyched. E3, if you remember.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. I feel you. I will be crying too.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to all the teams who worked very, very, very hard on creating all this world. Again, thank you to all these teams behind us. I want also to say thank you to Yves, with all my heart. Thanks, Yves, for making this happen. This is just amazing. And also, a special thanks to the fans of Beyond Good and Evil for sticking with us for so long.
That's an understatement. That's a major understatement. Sticking for so.
It's about bloody time.
15 years.
15 years at that point.
Almost.
So welcome to System 3. Our story takes place before the birth of Jade, in a multi-ethnic, multicultural human society in a distant solar system. It is a time when corporations create hybrids in their labs and enslave them to colonize the stars in order to compete for power and cosmic resources. With our crew of crazy and unforgettable characters, we fight in the name of freedom and the right to determine our own fate among the stars. And we will helm massive star-faring vessels through territories as spectacular as they are dangerous.
We've been working very hard just on the technology during 3 years. And today, we have a seamless online playground where we can travel across space at the speed of light.
we can explore mysterious cities and discover unknown lands by ourselves or with friends. And we want you to participate in the making of this great adventure. Join our Space Monkey program.
That's the program I was mentioning, that you go in
today and help us make Beyond Good and Evil a world that will challenge us and bring us together for thousand adventure, thrills, and fun. And please, Eve, just join us. This is. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, you guys. You know, Gabrielle and Michelle, you've done a fantastic job. It's amazing what you have been able to achieve, and you and I, and all the teams, have the power of creating games that will amaze all the gamers. And I think video games can help us to grow and to get better. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is a Space Monkey program. You can see, like, this is what they. So it's crazy. Let's see, it was something on the news about it. But this, it looked like they had changed stuff in here. There was different things in here. There was a section you can see what people already submitted. Okay, let's see. Damn, 2020 was this here. This look cool. That looks fucking cool. That right there. That is cool. Look at this shark, man. Like a Hawaiian kind of design with a shark. Let's go to overview here. Let's the Space Monkey program real quick again. All right, register, yada, yada, yada. See, like I told you, like environment, artwork will be here. So if you submit stuff, community, create an art and music that will be integrated directly in the game. Community has already been creating incredible fan art, fan fiction, cosplay, music videos. And over the years, we got to thinking about a way for us to be more inclusive to all community members throughout Yeti. Oh, remember this thing. Is this thing? There was a website they belonged to. I think it was like a what you call it? there was an actor. Was an actor, yes. He has some kind of website. Ooh, what the fuck was the name of that actor? Is he played Robin in the last Batman, whatever his name is. So he had a website for people who want to put stuff in, want to show artwork, want to integrate it into music and stuff like that. They want to show their artwork, their music, almost like an artist webpage, and you will be paid commission by submitting stuff there. But not only just submit it, it's when people buy it or people use it or whatever, you get paid for it. But there are tons of websites doing that now. But in that time, it was kind of new, and that's what he was doing, and all the things that you could just start doing. And I think this is the name of the thing. Here. You see his thing here, but you can kind of pinpoint exactly. Yep, there we go. That's him. He's the one who created the site. He's the main person behind this site here. So he created this place. It's kind of working with them, as you can see here. So anyway, so this for me is like an awesome project, but it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Beyond Good and Evil 2 is an action-adventure RPG happening in space where you play a space pirate and you'll become a legendary figure in the universe.
Yeah, a very important thing is that the game is connected to our real world, even if it's future of mankind.
Game with us. Whether you are an artist, you can draw, sing, write. We really have a vision of the game being a space of expression for the community. That's why today we're announcing a partnership with Hit Record, the online creative platform.
What? Me.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joseph Gordon-Levitt. You might know me from such films as Angels in the Outfield, 10 Things I Hate About You, or Beethoven.
Okay.
But I'm also the founder and director of the company that Michel and Guillaume just mentioned, called Hit Record.
Told you guys.
Hit Record is a
Told you
platform
guys.
for creative people all over the world to collaborate and make art and media together. We've made all kinds of things: short films, music, books, commercials, a television show that won an Emmy. And when we make these things, it's collaborative. It's not just people submitting finished work and us kind of like picking it. It's really people working together. So we're going to be making a bunch of music, visual assets, etc. that go into Beyond Good and Evil 2. So if you're a writer or a musician, an illustrator, an animator, a singer, a voiceover artist, or even if you don't consider yourself an artist per se, but you just love the world of Beyond Good and Evil 2 and you want to help make it, there's going to be a lot of creative opportunities for you to get involved on Hit Record. And as with everything we do on Hit Record, anybody whose work is included in the final pieces we deliver to Ubisoft will get paid.
We're very excited to work with the great folks at Hit Record. We met them a few times in Los Angeles and we really share the same vision about how to integrate communities in the creation of art and especially video games. Having the community to
that statue of the monkey is hilarious.
Even before the game is released is really something new for us. It's an experimentation, but it's something that's innovative for Ubisoft as a company as a whole.
At Ubisoft, we love when new players create content because it gives a lot of diversity to our games. When Michel and Guillaume came to me and said we want to give even more tools to our players to create content for Beyond Good and Evil 2, I was more than happy with that. So we found Hit Record, which is an amazing company and an amazing partner, to help us to do that. I'm really looking forward to discovering what you will create.
That was a very long time ago. In 2 more years, it's going to be 10 years ago since then. Since that was recorded. 2 more fucking years. It's almost the end of the year. So a year and a half. Let's say a year and a fucking half. 1.5 years, that's going to be 10 years.
I think it's really, really cool that they're opening up the creative process so the people that play the game can help in actually making the game. I want to give a big, big thanks to everyone at Beyond Good and Evil 2, Michel, Guillaume,
This
Yves,
is a
and
good
everybody else
project.
at
This
Ubisoft. Thank you.
was awesome.
And yeah, excited to see what we make together.
Now, to get involved and start creating the game with us, go to Hit Record or BGNE website.
Is it in focus?
Do you see what this is a project. This is why I'm kind of mad that this game has not come out, because I want to see what people have submitted, have done. Like I said, if you're a writer, you could probably come up with a mini story they can add into it. Who knows, maybe they could put you can find notes all over the world, and you can find that person's story, like a little notebook. Say Joanna was in this neighborhood and this is her booklet that she dropped of stories, some mini stories, and you can go ahead and read it. And that would be fucking awesome. Or Joanna created an original story that kind of fit in the world, and now you got to do this side mission based on her story that you're following or you're learning. I don't know, some cool stuff it could be, but this is.
Are we recording? Hey everybody, it's Matt, Hit Record's Community Director. I'm joined by
Jen, Hit Record's Community Manager.
And we are here in the Hit Record offices to talk about our new partnership with Ubisoft. As you might have seen, we're going to be making some music and some visuals for the game Beyond Good and Evil 2. What? And today we're joined by the community team from Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I'm Kevin, community developer on Beyond Good and Evil 2 at Ubisoft Montpellier.
And I'm Charlotte, the other community developer on Beyond Good and Evil 2 at Ubisoft Montpellier.
And what's really cool is that you guys at Beyond Good and Evil 2 have a really awesome community as well.
Yeah, we have a community called the Space Monkeys, Space Monkey Program. People in the community create many things from amazing fan art, musical compositions, to even entire 3D worlds inspired by the Beyond Good and Evil universe.
The Space Monkeys have already been very helpful throughout the blog and giving their feedback and inspiring the team really. We're super excited to take that one step further and actually have them contribute directly into the game.
We're asking our Space Monkey community and the Hit Record community to collaborate on creating content such as music, pirate shanties, frescoes, posters, you name it. We're really excited to get the community involved in bringing this world to life and adding the vibrancy to Ganesha City.
So Hit Record is a little different than other internet sites that artists might contribute to. People don't just upload finished pieces of art. Everyone contributes little pieces.
The thing, I'm an artist. I can go ahead and do that. F me. I'll press this button.
Are we recording? Collaborate more. The whole process just goes on and on.
And everyone gets credit.
There we go.
People don't just upload finished pieces of art. Everyone contributes little pieces and then collaborates to create something bigger.
Yeah, basically anybody can come to our site, create an account, and then download anything anybody else has contributed. Then they can add on to it. So maybe they add on vocals to a guitar rhythm, or maybe they download an image and then draw on top of it. And then they can re-upload what they've remixed. And then somebody else can jump in and collaborate more.
That's kind of cool. Just take the Beyond Good and Evil thing out. Just that alone is fucking amazing. That you can work with other artists in any different genre, like this show. You could make instrumental music, and someone said, "Yo, I really like that whole music instrument setup, whatever, or the guitar bass or whatever. I can use it for my vocal, and it works out with whatever song I'm writing. Why not?" And maybe upload it again, and then becomes like this little mini, audio file that it's amazing. Who the fuck knows?
The whole process just goes on and on.
And everyone gets credit because everyone resources the art they remix.
Also worth noting is anybody whose work makes it into Beyond Good and Evil 2, they'll get paid for it. And we've linked a payment video below, so you can check that out for more information.
So how do you get people involved and contributing to Beyond Good and Evil 2, where do they go? What do they do?
Well, the first thing that everybody should do is go to HitRecord, create an account, and then go to the Beyond Good and Evil 2 page at hitrecord.org/BGE game. That's a great place to start. It'll show you all the different projects and creative opportunities that we're working on. And then once you're ready to participate, just hit the big contribute button, upload your file into the site, and then others can check it out and hopefully you remix it and build on it. And since we're working on songs and visuals for the game, there's plenty of challenges right now for illustrators, graphic designers, and musicians.
And so where can the Space Monkeys go if they have questions or need some help in contributing?
So we have an FAQ page. We also have a support email, which is support@hitrecord.org. So you can email us there at any time if you have any.
It's called BGE2 Dev Team.
This is cool.
Co-development with the Space Monkeys on Beyond Good and Evil 2 is an important pillar of our community, and it's great that between...
As you can see how much work and thought they have gone into this game. This is why I'm so sad and disappointed that this game has not come out. It's just disappointing that this game still haven't come freaking out. Or at least come up with something, say, hey guys, I know it's been so many years since whatever last update, but guess what? The game is coming out in 2027. Give me something. Maybe they don't want to say 2027 because maybe they're not right there or close enough, or they don't even think it's gonna be there. But at least say, yo guys, we left alpha, we in beta. You know what I'm saying? Like, because all the stuff they show in tech demo, that still for me feel like alpha a little bit. Because you're still testing shit out, even though everything is look like it's working. The texture back then is still kind of low quality or whatever. Now you can bring those textures up or whatever. But all this is a good idea. This is a way to get your people to get in there. And the last update that we saw on that website was when 2020, right? Let's see here, where the fuck it is. Was it right here? Where it was news, maybe the last news. Yeah, 2020 was the last news thing about it. You see, Space Monkey will remain a top priority to record. Continue as the like, come on, July 12, 2020, and probably they took a hit after pandemic. When the pandemic happened, that probably took a major hit on the company on this project. It just probably did. Look at this. This is fucking awesome. There's a bartender who's a shark. Shit, this is so fucking cool. I want to dive into this fucking world. I cannot wait to do it. I'm gonna be probably 50 fucking years old or 60 years old when this fucking game finally comes out. Can you smell fear from a mile away? This is hilarious to me because you know why. Anyway, so all right, so it's been 4 hours and I started the stream. So what I'm gonna take a break. I just call it quits. I don't know. All right, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break maybe for like 30 minutes or whatever. I'm gonna just let music play in the background. Probably should do some Expedition 33 music in the background. I usually don't get dinged for copyright with that type of music, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna let that play in the background when I'm back. And then we're gonna continue watching looking at more news. The next news that I want to do is gonna be Roblox, and basically from this, I jump into that one, to this. All right. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right. I am back. All right. Took a longer break than I expected. I needed to walk the dogs and had to do some stuff for the wife real quick. My brother-in-law need a new phone, so I'm about to help him trying to get a new phone. Second here. Damn, 14 tracks. We played it 14 tracks. All right, let's close this. All right, so we had a good gaming history with Beyond Good and Evil. I hope some of you guys did enjoy it. But let's go ahead and jump here to this is hilarious. I was talking to my best friend who loves coffee. He loves fucking coffee. And I tell him the most expensive coffee there is made from a poop animal or cat or whatever, some shit like that. So I show him this, and this thing was hilarious.
Did you know the world's most expensive coffee is made from animal poop? It is Kopi Luwak, also known as civet coffee, and it is expensive because of its unusual production method. This coffee is produced by the Asian palm civet, a small mammals native to Southeast Asia, after eating and excreting coffee beans. Once they are collected from the civet's poop, they are cleaned, roasted like any other coffee beans. The coffee price is $600 for less than a kilogram. Did you know the world's most...
Never, ever in my life I will ever drink that coffee. I will not effing care. I'm not drinking no coffee that went through a freaking digestive system. If I know it, I'm not drinking it. If I don't know it, that's a different story. If you give me coffee, oh, it tastes good, it's amazing, yada yada, and you tell me what's it, I will fucking sue you for not telling me that. Disclaimer. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue some of this.
Horizon 5. Okay, 59% say no, but 41% say yes. That's actually
Have you played Forza 5? Yep, I'm
quite high for just a racing game. I mean, look, I know racing games are they fall into a certain genre, obviously.
Yeah.
10 of them forward to this and who says, I'll be honest, Valve would sell a lot more Steam machines, naming placeholder, if they included Half-Life 3 as a pack-in title. Seems like a no-brainer to me. I mean, yeah, if they include Half-Life 3 for the Valve Steam console or Steam box,
if they do,
yes, they would sell a bunch of those, especially if they did testing on it and set it up and optimized it specifically for that Steam box that they would sell. And it is the plug-and-play setup. It's easy. It's like a console, but then you have access to all the Steam games. Free online, you're not paying a subscription for that. Yeah, they would do pretty well. I mean, Half-Life Alyx spiked Valve Index sales immediately by pairing them together. Now, they don't necessarily have to do that because Half-Life 3 is one of those...
Half-Life Alyx is amazing because it's a VR game. Isn't it fucking amazing?
Games it's kind of like that Silksong territory. Everyone jokes about it, asks about it, or like Mother 3, you know, like those legendary titles that people don't think exist. Although it kind of sounds like Half-Life 3 not only exists, but it's getting closer and closer now to a reveal. And if that's the case, it comes with this console. It gets revealed next to it, so you kind of tie them together in your mind. Yeah, I think that would do well. I do still think the box has to be well priced, and Valve mentioned being price sensitive with the Steam Deck, which they got out there to their credit at $400 starting.
Yeah.
If they can get this Steam box, we'll say, out with PS5 like, or even maybe slightly better than base PS5 performance at $500, especially now where that's the starting floor of the PS5, I think they'll have something there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to explode to tens of millions of systems sold, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be Valve's strategy. They kind of just, honestly, because they're a private company, do this sort of for fun, but also to make some money. I mean, the Steam Deck hasn't gone on to sell 10, 20 million systems, but it seems to be enough for Valve to continue on. So I think a few...
Yeah, I'll be honest, if Steam does release a box that I can just plug my TV and I don't have to go to my computer and just play my PC games on my TV, just like a console, yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll make my main PC to be my main streaming device while I will have the Steam box next to my computer to be my gaming device. So I would be able to play all my Steam game on my Steam box while my system will be just streaming. So this way it's not doing two things. It's not rendering and not doing all this. It's just doing the streaming and the gaming. No, just cut that out and just do the Steam box to be the rendering. And my system will be the streaming. I will definitely do that. I'll probably do it like a two system stream kind of strategy. Okay, so let's done with this. There's another thing they've been going on around is the Roblox. Everybody knows about Roblox. Roblox is in trouble after this not fire, but after they banned that kid because he actually been working with the police trying to get some of these pedos out of the Roblox system. And Roblox just say that he's a vigilante when technically, if you think about it, he's not, because he's not Batman. Vigilante is what Batman would be. Basically, like go out there and take the law on their own hands. Basically, they're the one doing the arrest. They're the one doing this. They're the one doing all the stuff that the police supposed to be doing. So is, Superman and Spider-Man. He's a kind of like a vigilante, but in this case, he's not. He's just taking the information, giving over to the authority, and the police will make a decision if they need to arrest these people, yes or no. That's all what he's doing. Oh, give me 1 second. I've been out, but I never went to get fucking water. Let me go get water. Bear with me here. Did I got my music in here? But anyway, I don't. That's kind of BS. They kind of messed up on there. That's what they did. They effed up big time there. They should have never done the. That's the one of the things that they're trying to do like a PR move, and it kind of backfire big time on you. So that's what I think it happens to them. A big time backfire to them. One of my system here is acting up. Okay. So yeah, with Valve, not the Valve. Roblox kind of did that, getting rid of this kid, and it kind of backfired hard. I heard they kind of losing a lot of fucking money because of it. Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, I got my boy Asmongold. So looking at this, the U.S. supposedly suing Roblox. It's not alone. I'm gonna look at this.
People pretending to be kids to weed out the predators, but won't remove the predators. That's right. Yes, and the reason why is that Roblox is afraid of getting.
I mean, I'll be honest. I understand that you have some policies, but if you got predators or pedos in your thing and they using your platform to kind of mess up on kid or whatever, and somebody else is helping you do this job instead of you, what the fuck?
Lumped in with being a predator platform. That's what they're afraid of. They don't want to be seen as a predator platform.
Because you are right now.
Which clearly isn't working.
I can't believe how fast the Schlepp versus Roblox situation is escalating, because what's come out recently is absolutely insane.
Yep.
Star creators are dropping out one after another, including KreekCraft, who's basically the face of Roblox YouTube. On top of that, Schlepp is officially lawyering up.
Yo, I gotta do some weird shit like what's your Mr. Disrespectful? He wear the wig, the fake mustache, and basically the glasses, whatever. I need to do some weird shit like that. Like the guy Creed, whatever. He got the fake meow wig with the hat. I should come on, we do some bullshit like that. I'm just.
Teaming up with a massive law firm to take on Roblox and expose them from the inside out. On top of that, the Attorney General of Louisiana filed a full-on lawsuit against Roblox, and that's...
They're so fucked. They're so fucked.
Still not everything.
What's a Star Creator? It's just a creator program that they're a part of.
Get into the whole situation, though, make sure to like the video, subscribe, comment your thoughts, and share the video with a friend to make sure all of this information is spread to as many people as possible. Now, let's begin with what's happening with the Roblox creators. One of the biggest results in the entire Schlepp versus Roblox situation is that Star creators, the literal faces of Roblox YouTube, are now walking away from the platform.
Well, this is also what happens, is that as soon as you have people that start leaving...
I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Let me see. Sorry. Look, I get annoying when I ask people certain things and I never get a reply, and then I get a third party who has nothing to do with anything to tell me what the heck is going on. And it takes me out of my thing because if I send you a message earlier and ask you for X, Y, and Z to let me know in advance before I can do anything else, and you don't reply to me, so that means you don't need me. Now I'm in the middle, I'm busy, and now you need me when I'm busy? When I sent you a message long time ago, that's what pissed me off.
It begins an entropy cycle where now it becomes popular to leave, and people are doing it because they don't like the fact that it's happening, right? Like, and more and more people are leaving.
Not just anyone, the guy who's basically the whole face of Roblox content. KreekCraft posted a video nearly 30 minutes long announcing that he's officially leaving the Roblox Star
What a
program,
surprise.
and you can tell that it wasn't an easy decision for him. This is someone who's built his entire career, his channel, and even his home off of Roblox, and
We have
now he's
Roblox?
saying
What the
enough
fuck?
is enough. Now, I usually don't use clips very often in my videos, but I can't just
If
leave
someone is inappropriate to someone who's an adult but pretending to be a minor, how do they get these people in trouble? Well, the real reason why is that where there's smoke, there's fire. And it's kind of like, you know, like whenever one of these guys gets arrested, there's like a random, like, problematic Nevron at a 7-Eleven that gets arrested, and you, like, inspect them, and they have, like, three different types of drugs, and like, in their shoe, there's a knife, and then you look at their arrest record, they've been in jail for 7 years, and like, you know, they've previously gone to jail for, like, beating up a kid, and it's like, so you never, like, again, whenever
Hold on. Now I'm getting irritated. People are messing with me right now. Hold on. Let's take a look
Nevron?
here.
Soulless, annoying NPC that exists solely for creating problems for everybody else.
This
That's
clip
what happened.
shows just how seriously Roblox's recent
Oh, this is
decisions
kinda
are
cool, Roblox.
impacting him.
I have grown up on this platform. okay?
Karens,
I have
some
grown
of
up
them.
on this platform. I'm actually getting emotional, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah.
My career is because
A
of this
Roblox.
platform. I have a job because of this platform. I have a house because of this platform. I have a fan base because of this platform. And it frustrates me that like this is where we're at. Nobody at Roblox listens to us. And it's
This not only Roblox, it's actually corporate America. The little guys they're the one who's work the job 24/7, for example. They can tell you what is the problem with the company, how to make it better. And they never listen to you because they think they know better. When you have better ideas, like, yo, let's implement X, Y, and Z. Let's go and implement X, Y, Z because this is what's gonna help make this happen. Because right now you have an issue and this is your issue. And this issue everybody complains about. Not me. This is an issue that I'm seeing every day from all your customers. Let's try to get rid of X, Y, and Z to fix the issue, to see what we can do to improve something. And they never want to fucking listen. They kind of feel like if it's not broken, there's nothing to fix. Yeah, it is broken if people complain about it. Corporate America is that way. People in suits or CEOs or whatever, they never want to fucking listen to those small guys, especially if it's a game. They never do want to listen to.
I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated.
In that clip, you can hear the frustration. He calls Roblox's comparison of Schlepp to tone deaf.
Similar to actual predators, they often impersonated minors. I mean, again, this is just like, how are you more worried about people pretending to be minors than the actual minors? This is crazy.
Points out exactly why it's so wrong. Roblox has given more second chances to people running condo games than they have to someone actually getting arrested. Minecraft has actually reported unsafe games
This
such
is
as Meat
insane.
City or Public Shower Simulator, and nothing changes.
Public Shower Simulator? Yeah, we're playing this tomorrow for sure. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna do this.
He's even confirmed that Schlepp brought them binders full of evidence, and they've still ignored it all. And KreekCraft isn't alone in leaving the Roblox Star program.
You've got a
Other
lot of people that
creators
are
like
leaving.
Nixter
This
V,
is not a
Cubane,
surprise.
Nightfox, and a bunch more are either leaving the
Are
program.
they seriously defending the predators in that statement? They are desperately trying to not be labeled as a platform that has predators on it. And so they're blaming anything and everyone possible to avoid being seen as having predators on their platform. That's the reason why.
Or refusing to attend Roblox events and protests. On top of that, after consulting some people in private, I was actually told that a lot of people are considering leaving right now with subscriber counts in the millions. This is a
people will start leaving whenever now, like, because this is what happens. Once people start leaving, it makes the community ask, why are you staying? And then it creates like an entropy effect where everybody leaves. Like this happened with like multiple orgs before. It happened like with Method, for example. Whenever like, you know, they had drama, like a couple of people left, then like everybody fell down. Like a guild falling apart, exactly like a dominoes. Yes. A cascade.
Mass exodus from people who've been loyal to the platform for years. These
Roblox is too big. Roblox is very, very big, but you'd be really surprised. Like think about how much, like YouTube is bigger than Roblox is, right? I mean, it obviously is. And think about how much Elsagate fucked YouTube. No, this is.
I'm sorry, I cannot concentrate. I have people just messing with me right now on my end. So I'm gonna call it quits for now. I'm gonna need to deal with this, and hopefully I'll be back tomorrow because I'm hoping that I can play Metal Gear. Oh, finally. Okay, preload. All right, so I'm preloading Metal Gear right now. Finally, it's up for me so I can preload it. Finally, because this morning when I started streaming, it was not available. It keep telling me to 28. But finally, I'm able to preload it right now. So I'm preloading. I got the if you pre-order early, you'll be able to play it 2 days earlier. They don't charge you more. They just pre-order early, and you get to play it earlier. So I'm doing that right now. So tomorrow morning or even tonight, if it start running tonight at midnight, I'm gonna check. Then I'll probably start streaming again on the Metal Gear game. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits for now. Sorry, oh, I got a hiccups. Sorry for that, guys. So this is what we're gonna do tomorrow. This is what we're gonna be doing, playing Metal Gear. Cannot wait for this game. So we're gonna be doing this now. Before I go, let's go and throw a little trailer on it.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians, that she'd double-cross us like this.
We will use the legacy to heal that rift and make the world whole again. To do this, we need strength, an unstoppable trump card with enough power to bring order to the world.
Do you love her?
No, nothing like that.
Do you hate her?
For 10 years, we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand.
And you think you can kill her now?
Hey, don't you go getting any funny ideas.
This look
We
good.
can't leave yet. I've still got one last job to do.
She's at the lake. She's waiting for you there.
We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy.
What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? The mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later you'll have to choose. I don't expect you to forgive me.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
You're a soldier. Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty. I've been
Metal Gear
waiting,
Solid.
Snake. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
All right. All right, guys. So pre-downloading this, and we should be ready to play this for tomorrow. Finger crossed. And I'm gonna try to play as much as possible of this game because love this game. I played it so many times in the past, but I don't remember shit. Let's try to reminisce about the whole game again. All right. Thank you for joining. Have a wonderful day. And I do apologize for some of the inconvenience right at the end, right when we were starting getting good anyway. All right. Have a good day.